All right, chat. Are you ready to do this? Are you ready for a Thursday? God damn it!
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
What are you on about? What are you on about? I'm confused. Hold on a second. Hold on. Holding out the details? What do you mean details? We have a logo, huh? Oh. Yeah, we've had a logo for a while. Do I need to show you? Oh, hi, the game's still here. Hi, game. Let's do this one. Oh shit, wait, it doesn't like that. Because it's not a video, shit. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I've had a logo for a while. I got this logo before 2.0's debut, because I got it for 2.0's debut. And then I was like, I don't know what to do with this. But yeah. There is an animated version of it too. It's just, this is only an image source, so I can't really change it, per se.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
There's also other versions, like I have like the all-white version. That's not it. There's, of course, the PNG version. Can we get that as a sticker? Probably. I think I have the creative rights to it. I think technically it was a commercial thing. The thing is it would be a little weird because you see how like the eyes up top are floating. Hi, Goofy.
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
I would have to add like I'd have to add filler basically. So you'd end up having like a white rim or something around the outside. Gannon, what you doing? Why is everybody throwing bricks today? What the fuck is happening? I can only assume I missed the Chef's Club punishment. Yes, we watched the Chef's Club. What was the
All right, time to execute my trick.
You'll never take me alive!
What was...
Is it over? Are they out of redeems? I think it's safe. I'm gonna assume it's safe. Oh shit, never mind, it's a parade! Oh, I still need to redo the parade. The thing is, like even this one, this version of the parade that I made was still broken. And now I gotta do sit-ups, damn it. Oh shit.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Just one after the other. Y'all are really acting like that one astronaut where he just like slams his face across the buttons. Early versions of the parade screenshot in the Discord. Was that the one where I was trying to make it spiral? Was that the one, Sunstar? The thing is, I did try to do that, but then at a certain point, it would just randomly start blacking out sections. I have no idea why. So I had to cancel that one that I was doing because it just wouldn't work. Just sections of it were black, no matter what I did. And it wasn't even like there was nothing there. It was, I'd be like moving forward, trying to shape everything, and then I would go back, and the section I had just shaped was just black for some reason. Oh shit, wait, how the fuck did y'all start a hype train? Scam train. I don't think, wait, was anybody paying bits? I don't think anybody was paying bits for sound alerts. Okay, I guess. I mean, we've had a grand total of, since the beginning of this week, we've had plus 1 sub. We are up 1 sub from the beginning of the week. When you were playing Ghost Model, did have different set of teeth on? Yeah. I mean, that's just this. I thought I was losing myself. No, not at all. Gannon, put the brick down. Ghost train. Apparently it's a ghost train. Why did it just jump 30%?
What's your pleasure?
Oh,
What's
okay.
your fear?
Oh, okay, that'll do it. That explains that. Thank you for renewing your season or buying a season pass, Shank. Can't hit me with the brick. Okay, but did you deserve it? Be honest. Did you deserve it? Oh my God, there's someone has a brick hit emote. That's amazing. Oh, it's just a cat. Aw. Oh, Brink. Brink.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
All right, let's put this away. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. Back to the desk. Oh, yes, my desk. Why hit the kitty with brick? Jesus, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Could not tell you. Season pass to the Dark Carnival? Yes. You can abduct people as the cat. Huh? Also, Sunset, thank you for doing your tier 3. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, if you get above a tier 1, if you get a tier 2, a tier 3, you get access to a VIP section that usually would be getting like previews of new things coming. But I literally haven't got any new things in months. So it's not that great right now. I need to figure something to do. Like, I kind of want to start playing the games that y'all don't like on stream on some nights over there. I really want to play. I really want to play more Ghostwire Tokyo on stream. But at the same time, it frustrates me how fucking terrible it does. It's awful. More Cyberpunk in the Discord? We could do more Cyberpunk. We could always bring back that explosive only playthrough. The big bada boom. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, okay. Wait, who the fuck is this? Lazuling? Okay, is this somebody else that graduated and is now independent? Who the fuck is this? Why do so many people that I follow them? I'm VIP because they fight Sunstar for fish. This past year, I've seen way too many fucking accounts that I'm just like, who the hell is this person? Why have they not even debuted yet? And yet they have like 10,000 plus followers. And 90% of the time it's, oh, it's this corporate VTuber that like quit and then came back. Some little fish girl named Lazuli. And weirdly enough, I like her design far more than any of the other ocean VTubers I've seen. She has like scales and claws and a big tail and stuff. It's cool. That's kind of cool. Still no idea who this person is. I think she's only YouTube. Yeah, I think she's only on YouTube. Wait a goddamn second. Hold on, there's something on her YouTube that I now need to send to someone. Okay. Choose from Pixel? Okay, that explains it. That explains it. How goes the skeleton war, brother? Have your battle been victorious? I'm sorry, that's all I could think of. I'm sorry, I've been having a not at all incredulous fight on Twitter about what the best gummies are. The answer is fruit rings. Don't forget that Android 18 is also named Lazuli. What? In Dragon Ball? Hit series Steven Universe? No, shut up. No, shut up. Of Smug Wiggles? Oh, okay. It wasn't. Listen, Sunstar, it wasn't that it was smug. It's that it was in the middle of the Wiggles blink when I grabbed the screenshot. It was in the middle of the blinking animation of the Wiggles. They just look smug by coincidence because that was the frame I was working on. Wait, that was their human names? Wait, we only got to level 2 and it still got a hype train? Did they add new emotes? Epic clip? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Ridiculous. I never said otherwise. No, I was just saying that's what it was. I was like, smug Wiggles? I mean, they're almost always smug in their own way. Booted a box last night and broke half my pinky toenail. Okay, did you split it in half? Like, if you're looking at it, does it go in a line straight up or does it go in a line to the side? Like, did you break the front half or did you break the left and right halves? Kudos to the folks keeping the wiki. Ooh. Wait. Who said that? That was... Jackie said... Where did Jackie say the thing? Because I can't read the whole thing. Toriyama loves names that are just other words. I mean, Kakarot, Vegeta, Piccolo, Raditz. They're almost all vegetables. Ouch. Ouch. Sheared off 95% of my pee. What? Okay, define sheared off. Like, were you clipping your nails or did you just donk it so hard on something that it just broke off? I had a buddy in high school that lost his thumbnail. Like, he had a Band-Aid on at one point just trying to keep it on, and when he would take the Band-Aid off, the whole thing would come off. And I told him to stop fucking playing with it. I still think to this day he doesn't have a thumbnail. Where's the thing that Jackie said about the... There it is. Past life info? Okay, I gotcha. David Cage is acting as Spider-Man. Wait. David Cage? I thought it was Nicolas Cage. Isn't it Nicolas Cage that's playing Spider-Noir? Okay, I was gonna say David is David Cage. I recognize the name, but my brain for some reason is thinking he's like Mortal Kombat. Oh, he's the video game designer. Kara the Dark... Oh no, he made Beyond Two Souls. Oh no. Oh no. Actually, chat, you just reminded me. We need to do something. I want to do something to essentially do a little bit of incentivizing that'll exist similar to like the bounty system that we have. Let me see here. Chat's game list. Chat, I want you to give me a game list of horror games, bad games, anything of the sort. Games that you want me to play that if we hit a certain goal, I would play the game on stream. Karma the Dark World. That sounds familiar too. Why does that sound familiar? Karma. I want to say it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card for some reason. Hi, it's on sale. Ooh. Okay, that seems interesting. Alice Return to Madness? I can put that on the list. Okay, so Karma, The Dark Worlds. Now, would y'all rather pick or would y'all rather put this on a wheel? Because I can make a wheel out of this. Hello Kitty? Yeah, we'll add Hello Kitty to this. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Was the other one Call of Cthulhu? We've played Call of Cthulhu before. You're thinking of the one where they go to the island. There's that that painting map where you have to run from the monster. Oh wait, what was the other one? I'm forgetting another one. Alice, that's right. Alice. Is it Return to Madness or is it Madness Returns? Alice. Yeah, it's Madness Returns, right? You're not thinking of a different game, right? Yep, okay. Madness Returns. Through the 250 sub goal, gotta resort to other goals. It's okay. This will be a little bit easier, I think. So the total cost of a 250 sub goal, 2 people, would be, it's about, saying it's all tier 1s. It would be about roughly $5 a piece. Half of it, actually, we'll just stick with $5. We'll stick with the total cost. That would be over $1,000. That'd be $1,250. In this case, I think what we'll do is we'll make it like a monthly, I don't know, is 500 too much? Do we want to make it 500? It's not even, it won't even be monthly. It could be on repeats. It could just be stacking up over time. And each time we hit 500, we'll spin the wheel. Or is 500 too high? Any of the Silent Hill games? We could do Silent Hill games. The thing is with this game, because it's going to be based off of essentially y'all's generosity and willingness to pay towards doing any of these games, I will have money to get these new games. Do we want Silent Hill 2? And is this original Silent Hill or is this the remakes? I'd be up for doing the Silent Hill 2 remake. Penumbra Overture. That one sounds familiar too. Penumbra Overture. Okay. Seems interesting. Yeah, we can add this to the list. Penumbra Overture. Asking chat, a risky move after how close the Discord poll was last time? Made before Amnesia Minds? Ooh. Dungeons of Blood and Dream. What is that? Dungeons of Blood. Oh, this looks interesting. Low poly of some... Oh my god, it looks ridiculous. Rings? Oh. Interesting. Play as the mighty blood wizard. Okay, this actually looks interesting. Fatal Frame? We can do Fatal Frame.
Let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Sophie, welcome in.
And please, enjoy the show.
Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? You're playing Kirby? Okay, well, hold on, wait. Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Kirby Return to Dreamland. Is this this isn't the Game Boy one, is it? No, this is Deluxe. This is... Okay, no, I think this is one of the ones that I didn't play. Okay, it's for the Switch. That's why. I haven't played a Kirby game since, Game Boy? DS. No, I played the DS one where you could, mix powers together and stuff. I do remember that one. That had something like creepy boss in it. There's a lot of creepy bosses in Kirby. Got a Switch Enhanced version. Ooh. I've played Kirby 64, but was it Squeak Squad? Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah, it was. Holy shit. Yep. I recognize the interface. The little bubbles and stuff on the bottom screen. Yeah, that was probably the last Kirby game I played. I do want to get Kirby Air Riders. Stellar Blade is a horror game. Sexy female protagonists are scary. I mean, I could put it on the list. How much is Stellar Blade right now? It's still $60, but that wouldn't be too hard of a sell based off what these will cost. This would also allow y'all to possibly add like new games and stuff. Have you played Cry to Fear? I have not. We can put Cry of Fear in here. Have I played Cry to Fear? Cry of Fear? Let me see. Do I have Cry of Fear? No, I don't. Why did I think I had Cry of Fear? Oh, it's free. Add to library. Okay, Dead Space. I actually do have... Hold on a second. Let me check something. It's not on Steam. I'm pretty sure I have like... Hi, Hora. How are you doing? Hard hands. But again, Raiders, welcome in. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Martin. I'm the lead of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying and talk everybody's fucking ear off. So if you haven't like any of that stuff, do feel free to hang out.
What's your fear?
Let me see. Dead Space. Where did I have Dead Space? I know I tried to play Dead Space before. Where else has Dead Space been sold, chat? Does anybody know? Hi, Fairbanks. Thank you for doing your season pass, dude. Left home early? Oh, gotcha. All right, hold on. Let me catch up real quick. We can add Dead Space. Dead Space probably also comes in packs. So do you want me to add... We'll add one Dead Space. And then once we do it... Once we play Dead Space 1, then we'll swap it to Dead Space 2 on the wheel. Tainted Grail. Yay. Origin. Oh my god, it was Origin. Does Origin still exist? Hold on. EA. Origin? Do I have the EA app? Oh my god, I do. So I guess I got it at some point. Best ever suggestion ever, Elden Ring? Do you want me to put Elden Ring on here? Have a good time, Sophie. Get to do a Nintendo game with me down the line? Fuck, yes. I have a Switch. I just haven't really played it in a long time. I'd kill to do like Pokemon challenges and stuff. I talk about this on occasion. I'm a fucking Pokemon nut. I love Pokemon. If I had a Switch too, I probably would have tried to get the newest Pokemon game, but I don't have a Switch 2. That's at some point though. I do want to catch up on like the Pokemon games that I missed, because I have a gap in my Pokemon repertoire that goes from after Diamond and Pearl to Moon. I bought Moon. So I missed all of Gen 5. I missed all of the Gen 3 remakes, by the way, best generation. Fuck you and everybody else that thinks otherwise. If she lands on Elden Ring. Do we want to put something else? Do we want to put like Night Rain? Do we want to put Night Rain on the list? What would your ace be? I have been a gym leader before. When Scarlet and Violet came out, I was part of the VTuber Gym Leader League. I was the dark type gym leader, which was very unfortunate because there were a lot of good fairy types. And I got swept very often by Sylveon and the hammer. I can't think of her name right now. The one that's Ordain's favorite Pokemon. Take a... nope, it's not going to come to me. That was Miss Doomsday. I don't think this one was not particularly Miss Doomsday. This was like independently organized by a bunch of other VTubers. Got defeated by Twinks, yeah, pretty much. But it's the thing when you get tagged to do dark types. I also have Tinkaton, thank you. I was like, my brain was like Tinkatink. Mawile is so good. I always forget that she's a fairy type now, because to my mind she's always steel. And you can bet your bitch ass if we play Omega Sapphire Alpha Ruby, I am fucking getting a Mawile on the team for the entire game. There are 2 guarantees at the beginning of the game. Mudkip, sorry, 3 guarantees. Mudkip, Ralts, Mawile. That's it. No, that's all. Actually, I will definitely be getting a Poochyena. I like Mightyena. in this day and age. When Gen 1 launched and literally everyone in my school went all in on Pokemania, I fell off the bandwagon circa Gen 3. I've been told I should play Gen 5 at least. I've been told Gen 5 is the best generation. You're wrong. It's third generation, but I'm sure it's good. I mean, it has Galvantula, so I mean, there's no logins Pokemon Batman. Do we want to add the Pokemon games to the wheel? Like, we can add a lot of games to this. If y'all want to just start rapid firing either spooky games, nerdy ass games, or anything like that. That's a funny way to say Gen 2. Okay, but Gen 2 was the last generation of Pokemon we had where all three starters were bangers. All three of them are great. It's been downhill ever since. Trico, ass. Ass. Oh shit, I gotta sign in. Do I even know what my sign in is? Oh, I think I know what it is. That's not it. What the fuck? Come on. Jack 2? Like Jack and Daxter? Wait, what the fuck? These have to be my passwords. There's no other options. Let me see. Can I sign in with my Steam account? Sure. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. I gave them the wrong email. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I also saw something else. I need to send something to Kono. I need to send something to Kono. I forgot to do it last night before I climbed into bed, and I was supposed to send him some things. Have a good night, Sophie. Okay. Okay, hold on. I need to see what games I have on EA, so I kind of have to do this. The world's most unfortunate thing is having to open your oldest email that you have. Server's gotta have the Dark Carnival MC in there too. Huh? Why are my emails not loading? Come on! Ugh. Okay, do we have any other games to add to the list? I stopped at Soul Silver and Platinum. I'd never played Soul Silver. I didn't play like any of that Gen remake. And my brother had Platinum, but I didn't.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Wow, it'd be really nice if my fucking email would load. Jesus Christ. Fine, I'll go on the browser instead of trying to get it on my phone. Oh yeah, every time, Rivet. Every time. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, I know which one this is. Except... Okay, there we go. Use passcode. Are you? No. What do you mean? Too many times. That was the first entry. Approve sign in with mobile app. Where's my fucking... Where's the pop-up? Okay, Jesus. Average sign-in experience? Always. Always the most painful experience possible. Especially when it's apparently connected to your oldest dirt email. Okay. That took forever just so I could open an app so I could see what games I have. All right, what do I have? Of course, Anthem. Battlefield 1, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield 5, Dragon Age Inquisition, Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, Legendary Edition, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, Garden Warfare 2, Battlefields 2, Jedi Fallen Order. When did I get Jedi Fallen Order? Well, this apparently is not where I have Dead Space. Games have been removed from your library. View details for more information. What the fuck? This is the game hub to add it back? 2020? What the fuck, dude? Okay, but I guess wherever I had Dead Space, I don't remember it anymore. So that was a bit of a waste of time. After I came back after a while, what the fuck? AOL account from the 90s? Jesus. At least it's not like my old parents' account that was prodigy.net, which was Yahoo before it was Yahoo. Okay, chat. Let's go back to this list. Are there any other games we want to add to it? Because we only have 8 games. Like, I want to make this list long. Are there other games that we should be looking for? Look over here. Prodigy.net. Yep. Have you played Soma or Scorn? We've played Scorn. I played Soma before I started streaming. Do we want to put Soma on here? Do we want to put Soma on this list? Psychonauts 1 or 2? We can do Psychonauts. Thing is, I think I also own... I do. I have Psychonauts 1. It's never been played. I have Psychonauts 1 on Steam. Garfield Kart? No. No. Absolutely not. BPM, bullets per minute? BPM. Okay. I mean, is there any spooky games do you want me to play, guys? Like, it could be, like, really kind of like anything. Oh, what's the word? Like, really ambiguous stuff. Heretic and Hexen is your second favorite game after Elden Ring? I swear to God. the Stalker series. What would be the first Stalker game? Or do we make it just like the newest Stalker game? Outlast? Yes, we've played Outlast 1 and 2. See, that's the downside. When Halloween comes around, and it's usually the point where everybody's like, all right, guys, time to start playing the spookiest of games. And it's like, well, I've already played all of the spookiest of games. Soap Song? All right, Soap Song's on the list. All right. Newest Stalker? Okay, that is... What is that? Heart of Chernobyl? Shadow of Chernobyl. Oh, so it's Heart of Chernobyl? That's the newest one? 2024? Is that right? Prey or System Shock? We can do System Shock. We've done Prey. And I see no reason to go play it again. Okami? Are we there yet? The one with 2 in its name? That's Heart of Chernobyl. Old School Prey? Is Old School Prey available? Like... Choo Choo Charles? We've played Choo Choo Charles, and I'm not even joking, twice. We've played it twice for achievement hunting purposes. Can't make it worse? Go on, Sunstar. Go on, Sunstar. Metro? We could do Metro. Which, let me double check something real quick. Which Metro? Okay, I don't think it's that one. Let me double check Epic real quick. I was gonna say, I don't think it's on Steam. Because I thought I had some of the Metro games somewhere, but I guess not. Scroll Stapler is technically horror. We played Scroll Stapler. Metro 2033. Will you ever be tried for your various crimes? Not a chance in hell, baby. Not a chance in hell. As an Xbox emulation somewhere? Probably. Here, let me pull up. Let's turn off ones that I've played. Let's put in horror. Let's see what has been hiding in the depths of my Steam library for so long. Alan Wake? Do we want to do Alan Wake?
Step inside, step inside.
That Oh Demon Fix My TV game, it's got a good comedy factor. Okay, hold on. What the fuck is that? Oh, it just came out. In this horror comedy puzzle game, you will play as a demon summoned by an old woman to fix her television, sending you on an adventure beyond all reason. Okay, that can go on the list. That can definitely go on the list. Okay. Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey? Ancestors. This bitch is on sale right now for 80% off. Survive your evolution in Neogene Africa. Starting 10 million years ago, Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey is a third-person, open-world survival game where you explore, expand, and evolve to advance your clan to the next generation. An exciting new adventure from Panache. Okay, this seems kind of funny. Ancestors. The Humankind Odyssey. Thief series? We tried to play Thief before and nobody really liked it, but I can put it in here and we can return to Thief. We are probably going to be playing the newest Styx game next week, by the way. Green Man reached out to me and said they'll be shooting me a key for the game next week when it releases. Hi, Berserk. How are you doing? That old woman says it's wild. Really? Carrion? No, Carrion has not come up. I've not played Carrion. I've watched Emot play Carrion. It looks kind of fun. But that Dishonored 1 back when Bethesda cared? Gods. No. The thing is, when Dishonored 1 came out, Bethesda didn't care. That's why it was quote so bad, because it was a standalone studio that was published by Bethesda, that Bethesda was just like, yeah, here's like the minimum budget you can have. We'll release it when it's done. And then after it was a major success, Bethesda learned nothing from it, but at least decided to give the studio a budget, a real budget, which is how we end up with Dishonored 2, and it looks so much better. Hi, Black Dragon. How are you doing? It's fully out and it's not too expensive. Check out Huntsman. Is that the spider game? Okay, that is the spider game. Huntsman. Lost in Vivo? I have not. Were you watching Laura play it last night? Do I have Lost in Vivo? Why won't you let me search? Fine, we'll go to L's then. Where's the L's? No, I guess I don't have it. Fear and Hunger, the ones that are really uncomfortable, though, there's 2 of them. I do know there's 2 Fear and Hungers. Let me see, though. I'm looking through the list. Anomaly Project? Oh, that's right. That's the Spot the Anomaly multiplayer game. Oh, God. Baby Blues Nightmare. Wait, are you talking about Laura? Did Laura finally get to an ending? I think I went to bed before Laura ended. Dead Island 1 or 2? We've played Dead Island 2. Do we want to go back to Dead Island 2? I've never done the DLC or anything. We did the base game completion, and then there was not really much else to do for us. Spot the difference? We can do that. Because I'm on observation. I love the observation duty games. I just haven't played many of them. Let me actually see real quick. No, I actually don't own any of them. You can also start thinking of some older games too, chat. In fact, to get the ending, you should do the DLC. I should do the DLC. I want to do Condemned someday, but it was so broken when we tried to play it that I don't know if it's actually fucking playable. Oh, I know Firewatch. I have not played Firewatch. Do we want to put Firewatch on the list? I can put Firewatch on the list. The Darkness? Last time I touched The Darkness was October 5th, 2017. And I don't think I ever actually played it. I have The Darkness 2. I don't have The Darkness 1. Have you tried Manhunt? Like the original Manhunt? Is this the right one? Okay, yeah, this looks like the right one. 2004? We could put Manhunt on the list. Although it does have mixed reviews, which kind of concerns me that maybe the controls are janky. Sunless Sea? I actually have Sunless Sea. Oh, wait, do I have Sunless Sea? I think it's actually in my wish list. We'll put Sunless Sea on the list. Do we want to put Manhunt on the list? What are some other really classic horror games? Do we? I don't think we dare consider doing obscure, right? We really shouldn't add obscure to the list. Jesus Christ, Doom 2016 is 70 fucking gigs. Condemned? I just talked about Condemned. We tried to play Condemned once before, but it like the controls or something were just fucked. I don't remember what it was. Was it breaking my graphics card? Clock Tower. Ooh, Clock Tower. Clock Tower Rewind is on. You know what? Yeah, we'll put Clock Tower Rewind on here. Clocktower. Cocktail. Xbix. Xbix. Fear the Unknown Dave story. What is this game? Where did I get this game? Flathead. Flathead. Oh, right. Didn't we like... Oh, simple game of gambling with your life. That's right. It was supposed to be replayable, but we finished it in apparently, according to this, my playtime on here, less than 30 minutes. Last of Us? We could do Last of Us. Wait, is Last of Us on PC? Part 1? Part 1? Yeah, we can put Last of Us on here. Last of Us. Part 1. Okay. Dino Crisis? Let's see. Is Dino Crisis on the PC? I'd play Dino Crisis. I would play the original. Okay, no, that's soundtrack. It's on sale for both titles. Thing is, we're not getting these games now. These are going to be bounties, guys. We're going to have a bounty that every time we reach it, we're going to spin the wheel on the chat a game for chats, and I will play the whole game. Except Elden Ring. And maybe Silk Song. Working on a new game, Polyamory High Caliber Love. Is it polyamory or is it polyamory? And we got a Wheel of Punishment. Okay, hold on. Wheel of Punishment, spin, 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 tell us to sin, we will win. I do still owe somebody setups. I do remember that. Is it gonna land on Chef's Club again? Holy shit, it did! Here, just so that y'all don't think I'm lying. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. The Chef's Club. Hidden Wheel? No, not the screaming. Thanks, on. That's that other zombie game, right? The one that's like known for its sheer amount of zombies. Dino Crisis 1 and 2 were on GOG. Okay, good. That means we can get them from GOG. I'm gonna put them on the list. Dino Crisis 1. I'm gonna make sure I mark it as GOG. Because otherwise I'll forget it. All right. Put that back away. Let's go back to the desk. I clicked the wrong thing. G. What about G? So we'll do the Chef's Club after the commercial break. Depending on your fear of the ocean, you could play Subnautica. I have Subnautica. I just find it a little, like, tedious. I don't find Subnautica all that fun. I'm a simple man. I see horde shooters and motorcycles like Days Gone is good. I mean, I've heard it's good. I've heard it's actually really good. We've played some Subnautica. Yes, some Subnautica. True. Okay. What the hell? Oh, good lord. I keep getting videos that somebody is reposting. Did China make like an AI program or something that lets people make giant fighting women? I keep seeing what feel like AI videos of like idol girls, both from like Wuthering Waves and animated, but also something that looks like straight out of Kamen Rider. And I have no idea why I keep seeing these. I've seen them today and yesterday. Finally, a good use for AI. Don't crucify me. Listen, 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 listen. It's fine. I just need to know. The only reason I think it's China is because the current one I just found has Billy Billy in the corner. D series? D series? What is D series? Wait, you've got to play the high caliber game. It's only natural after amazing. Fine, we'll play it when it comes out. We'll play it when we come out. I'm guessing it's going to be gun-based, right? Right? Probably. Okay. Trying to see if I can find... What the heck? Uh-huh. Okay. Go look at it, nerd. D. Okay, is the name of it actually just D series? Oh, not D series. D the game? Hold on, I'll go look at that. Schmad? Schmad? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold your britches. There's a lot of stuff happening, okay? I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong button. Anyway. I'll get you your game. Calm your tits. Calm your tits. 1995. Oh. My internet is really slow today. All right, kids. Wait for that to load, and then I'll hit start. No, the polyarmory? I'll look at that in a second. Yeah, that was the polyarmory. Tits remain uncalmed? God damn it. Cease the calamity that is your memories. My britches cannot be contained. Hold your horses. Okay. Have game. Put those away, and click that. Click thingamadoohickey. Shit, nonsense. Oh god, everything's on fire. Wait, what the hell is this? Okay. Okay. Los Angeles, 1997. Mass murder, General Hospital in the outskirts of downtown. Richter Harris has shut himself up in the hospital, taken hostages, leaving the police helpless and unable to move in. Okay, it seems interesting. The thing is, though, is I have other old horror games. Is it first person or is it like point and click horror? Cult classic puzzle, 1990s. I'll add it to the list. It sounds interesting. All right, so D the game, and then let's look up this polyarmory one. High caliber love. Oh. Ooh. Oh. The RPG is a muscular woman? Oh my. Oh, there's Shiz. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's new Shiz. the world's only fully loaded conspiracy theorist gun nut dating simulation. As the prepper, take the mysterious pill caliber to awaken an arsenal of alluring companions and fight against the dark forces determined to tear you apart. And it comes out tomorrow. Okay, hold on. Hold on, let's do... Where is it? Desk. That's it. That's what I was thinking of. Perfect timing, huh? Shut up. All right, hold on. Let me do a couple of things. I owe y'all Chef's Club. I owe y'all... Oh no, there's another dancing bacon video about a conveyor belt hot pot place. All right, Chef's Club. I wonder if Noita counts as... I mean, we can put Noita on the list. It doesn't all have to be horror. It really doesn't. Noita sounds like it could be fun. That's the Wizard game, right? That also has like Twitch interlaid stuff. All right, let's go find some unhinged Chef's Club nonsense. What was the one that we watched yesterday? It was the Meat, Cheese, and Beyond. That's right. Oh no. Chad, do we want to see how they butcher salmon? Okay. It seems like this one is just going to be all music. Speaking of Twitch interaction, Quarantine Zone. We could do that. Quarantine Zone. Okay. Yes, but I don't actually enjoy the Twitch interactives for people who can't win the game normally. Okay, but part of the fun is like letting people either mess you up or help you in certain ways. That's part of the fun. About Maneater? I have Maneater. We can put Maneater on here. All right. You mean Maneater the shark game, right? Right. I'm pretty sure I have Maneater on Epic. I still have Epic open so I can actually check. Yes, I do. Hi, Kafka. How are you doing? Okay, we have a lot of games here. Are there any more we want to add? Any more? Anybody got a list? Prepare for tooth extraction? Tooth extraction? Are you thinking of the Shark Dentist game? I'm still waiting on that game. I want that game. Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare? I have Garden Warfare too. We can put Garden Warfare on here. Garden Warfare 2. Turok 3? Didn't we... I feel like we talked about Turok recently. Turok 3, Shadow of Oblivion. It says it's a direct trilogy of... Oh, we could add Trepang 2 to the list. Trepang 2. I'm totally Twisted Metal. Twisted Metal's a card game, isn't it? It doesn't seem to be on Steam. Yeah, it really doesn't seem to be on Steam. Repo Marin's Brain's favorite game? That game gives me such a headache, dude. Such a headache. Hollow Body. Okay, we played Hollow Body. I remember Hollow Body. Impasto. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, the game. I do kind of want to play that game again. It's a pretty fun game. Void War if you like FTL. FTL. I know that stands for Faster Than Light. Oh, it's a ship maintenance game. What was the other one you just said? Void War? Another ship maintenance game? That looks weirdly 40K. Weirdly 40K. Ah, yes. Mahjong Soul Chat. Are you ready to play Mahjong? Lucius? Is Lucius, is it playable on... Okay, it is. Yeah, we'll add Lucius to the list. I do know Code Lyoko. I do know Code Lyoko. Brutal Legend? We can put Brutal Legend on here. I already own Brutal Legend, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was given away for free when Ozzy died, wasn't it? Where was it given away, though? How much for the webs in the wall? Are they they're not for sale, they're custom. What's the list criteria again? We're making what is essentially going to be a bounty list. I'm gonna get a bar. In the corner, it's probably going to just be Kofi's bar. But we're going to have the bar in the corner that's going to be a repeatable bounty. And every time we hit that bounty, we're going to spin this wheel of games. And I have to play itch.io. Maybe it was itch.io. Let me double check. Because they have the app for itch. Last connected 1 year ago. That's not true. Okay, yeah, it is on itch. That's fine. That's easy to do. Okay. Any other games? Or have we hit the Nightmare Cart? Bloodborne, the racing game. Out of curiosity, does anybody remember Midnight Ghost Hunt? Dying Light games? Dying Light. That's the zombie game. Medieval? Medieval? Is not that lady? What do you mean, Desmond? What are you talking about? I mean, I can suggest others, but I just repeat. I Mimbert. You Mimbert. Oh, were you thinking Medieval, the one where you play as like the skeleton? I don't really like that game. Weirdly enough. Always recommend just Leica Age Through Blood. Not sure if it's a stream game though. Leica Age Through. That's a furry game. Yeah, that's a furry game. The Plague Tale games? Plague Tale. I have one of them. Hold on a second. I have Innocence. Do we want to put Innocence on the list? 15 days away from Resident Evil Requiem. Hey, listen, if we hit the bounty on one of these games before Resident Evil Requiem comes out, I will have plenty of money to be able to buy Resident Evil Requiem, because otherwise I probably won't be able to get the game. Next, it'll be Amoris. Furry games for the wheel? Oh no. Oh no, you could force me to play furry games? Plague Tale? Alright. We'll do a Plague Tale. Innocence. Because I've had it for a while on Epic Games, I'm pretty sure. Remnants? I have a Remnant 2. I'm pretty sure. What is Night Spawn? Where did you come from? High stakes, escape room inspired horror experience. Your mission, find a way out. Single player co-op play. Team up with players. Where did I get this game? I have no idea where I got this game. Although it's mixed and only has 41 reviews. So I don't know if it'd be very easy to get a player base together to be able to play it. Sit and Spin Adventure 2 is free? Kafka is right, Spin is free? I mean, we have... Oh, no, you're thinking... I was thinking of the game Kafka for a second. Sit and Spin? This is a meme, right? Like Meat and Fuck Kingdom? Yeah, it's a meme. It's a meme. Bastards. Bastards. It's a real game? Game Salad Arcade? Oh god, it's a browser game. Okay, what if I put in 2? Oh no. Oh no, there's a bunch of people that have played it. Vine Sauce? I mean, we do. We have 2 collabs next week, chat. Aren't you proud of me? Anyone mention Pony Factory? We played Pony Factory. It did not age that well. Yeah, I was gonna say, if I remember correctly, the like release from Revenant 1 to 2 is like 10 years. I have Revenant 2. When I played Revenant 2 though, when it came out, I got stuck on the like, there's like a Reaper boss towards the end, and I couldn't beat him, and then I stopped. And then I was gonna be like, maybe I'll be able to find somebody that can like help me beat this boss. And then basically everybody I knew quit playing it before I was able to beat that boss. Unrailed collab? Don't I have Unrailed? Hold on, I'm still in the NOPs right now. Cults, only cans. Oneway.exe. Oh no, Pico Park is a good creepy game. Its lighting system was too good. I did not like that game. The game was terrifying. Ah, yes, Prop Night. Who remembers Prop Night? I got that game and then never played it because nobody ever wanted to play it with me. It's basically Dead by Daylight meets Prop Hunt. Pico Park, gotta do it now? Oh no. Prop Hunt was the ooh. Wait a second. Chat. Do we need to put Gmod on here? Do we need to put Gmod game modes on here? Do we want to put games in here that are for collabing? We could do it. We could add Trouble in Terrace Town. We could add regular Prop Hunts. All right, Trouble in Terrace Town. Prop Hunts. I am going to make sure I know that one is, in fact, Gmon. Dark G... Oh, what is Dark Gmon? I don't know what Dark Gmod is. Do we want to add any of the Resident Evil games that we haven't played to this list? Except Resident Evil 3, because we are going to play that soon, TM. The next time I hit a moment where it's like, man, guys, I think I've kind of run out of the games that I have right now, then that's when I'll break out the Resident Evil 3. It's already downloaded, technically. I'm not going to look at routine. Resident Evil 8? To the wheel? Isn't Resident Evil 8 is Requiem, isn't it? I mean, I'm probably going to try and get it as soon as I can. Because if I wait longer than like 3 weeks after it comes out, it's almost, it kind of falls off. No, our Requiem is 9? What is 8? Oh, Village. I'm literally staring at Village, looking at its thing. I was like, but that says 7. Oh, wait, no, the I is also a Roman numeral. I'm stupid. Yeah, we can add 7 to this. Resident Evil Village. Yes, 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 yes. I was reading the Roman numerals in the word village wrong in the logo. Yeah. All right, it's on the list. Up. Slender the Arrival, Christ. Oh yeah, I was hoping today was going to be payday so I could go get my prescription. But today ended up not in fact being payday. Because Twitch is a pain in my ass. I'll look at that later. My pharmacy just messaged me that if I don't come pick it up today, then it's going back on the shelves. Fighting for high next to Lady D, as we know, Marinville just heights to slightly taller than everyone in the room. Yes, it's the Izzy fallacy. I am always 1 inch taller than the tallest person in the room. No, we don't play super normal. There's System Shock. Ooh. Through the Woods. Don't know what that is. Oh my god, it's Video Horror Society. Speaking of other games that got shut down that were supposed to be live service. I am not playing Visage again. Lobotomy Corporation, but you're not huge into management sims. The thing is, I don't like the weird like ship management ones. I actually, let me double check. Oh, whoops. Oh no, I don't have Lobotomy Corporation. I had it at one point and I don't think I liked it. But I do have Library of Runa. We're making a list of games, Ordain. We're making viewer wanted games. So if you have any games that you want me to play, we're going to put a bounty up and we're going to spin the wheel each time that bounty is complete. Which technically could be multiple times. Cult of the Lamb? Oh, I didn't say out loud what I was thinking at the time when you asked for Cult of the Lamb. We may play Cult of the Lamb soon regardless. With Noita. I put Noita on the list. Are RV there yet? I don't really care about RV there yet. Ordain, what the fuck, dude?
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
That doesn't go towards the bounty, you fucking dork. But thank you so much for the subs. It really does mean a lot. We had a bad week for subs. All right, I'll put League of Legends on the game. On the wheel. You did this, chat. You did this. I'll show you my League of Legends account. I'll show you my League of Legends account all day. Gotta get them collab one suggestion. Tetris clone where you can sabotage player 2 and ruin friendships. Tricky towers. Oh. I showed you my skins in League. Please respond. Oh my goodness. It's too much of a horror game? No. You've said it. It's on the list. It's on the list now. Worms? Which worms? Yo, Exoprimal? Damn, I wish Exoprimal actually did well. I'm still upset about it. Fortnite. You know what, Sunstar? Because of what this bounty would cost, Do you want Fortnite on it? Or do I stick to my principles that I will only ever play Fortnite? I think it is. It had a maintenance announcement. Looks like November 2025. But they've only been doing maintenance. Other than that, the last update of content they had looks to be July 11th, 2024. It was still a very good game. I'm sticking by that. It was still a very fun game. Yeah, it would be Fortnite Zero Build, I promise. Black Mesa? Is that the prequel? Okay, chat. Highguard's shutting down. Danganronpa? I used to play it with Emot and our friend Rummy. We were doing a like voiced version of a playthrough of it. Half-Life 1 built into Source Engine? Oh. Oh, okay. Interesting. Is it, I'm guessing it's on Steam if it's made in Source Engine, right? Holy shit, it's on sale right now. You know what? Yes. We will add this to the thing. Black Mesa. Arson? What about Arson? Ooh. Unfortunately, we didn't even finish the first game. We were going to do all of the series, but we didn't even make it through the first game. Which was unfortunate. Last time I played it, I only got in matches with all bots when you played Exoprimal. Right? Exoprimal, that's what you're talking about? Yes. Firefall. The game that I will personally someday tear Grum's throat out of his mouth for what he did to it. I swear to God. Horror comedy Death Road to Canada. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Steam Store's not loading. There we go. Death Road to Canada. Oh, it's a pixel game. It's a pug? What? Wait, do you play the pug? Oh my God, you play the pug. Oh my God, the pug has a shotgun. You know what? Yes. 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 Okay. You know what? 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Okay. Got too scared to play routine. It was routine. Rip the mare and go dumb. I finally had a reason to use you. Oh, you just realized it's gone? Oh, I'm so sorry, Sunstar. I'm so sorry. Illusion Carnival. Lost soul wanders through a whimsical, eerie pop-up book like amusement park. Dive into fun-filled stages, encounter unique characters, fend off spirit erosion, and uncover the park's hidden secrets. The enchanting yet dark Illusion Carnival begins now. Huh. Have you played Sorry We're Closed? No. Oh, right, this girly pop game. I remember when this game came out. Is this game safe to play on stream? I don't remember if this game was safe to play on stream. Do we want to add it to the list? You can do that. Sorry, we're closed. Eccentric story-driven survival horror game with demons, angels, and what happens when both sides collide. Makes a classic fixed camera exploration and arcade-style shooting, where Michelle must use her third eye to see between worlds, uncover secrets, and solve puzzles. The character designs, though, look Fantastic. Garten of Bonbon? Why does that sound familiar? It was mentioned, no, I'm not human. We could add that one to the list. Okay. Oh, is the game called Let It Die? Okay, let's see. Let It Die. Oh, it's free. Oh. Survival action game that pits the strong against the weak and finally on PC experience all the heart-thumping action, so smooth frame rate, and ultra-high resolution. So what is this? Why is there a woman wearing a gas mask that looks weirdly like a demon from Shin Megami Tensei? It seems interesting. It's free, but it has microtransactions on Steam. You know what? Add it to library. Let it die. All those good ideas missed? What do you mean? Okay. We have a pretty chunky list here. Oh god, multiverses. Is multiverses still going? Multiverses update, January 31st, 2025. That was the last update. Okay. One-armed robber. All right. Are we good with this list? Let's see. I should say Fish Punk. That's still 7 to 10 years out. That's so far away, Patrick. You gotta pick up the pace. That's an unacceptable time frame. Update, we're killing this game. Thank you, no refunds. In Discord to add more suggestions. We can do that. Yeah, absolutely. Here, let me go make an announcement in the Discord then. Okay, there it is, suggestions. Hold on a second. Drop a game. I'm being drowned out in irrelevance at the carnival. This is so sad. What do you mean? Not horror, but I think Metal Gear Rising. We can put Metal Gear Rising in here. Metal Gear Rising. Does anybody want to add any other Metal Gear games? Because I feel like at some point I'm going to be forced to play Metal Gear. Anyone else? If you can set up VMs? Snake Eater Remake? Sure. Sure. All right. Metal Gear Solid? Oh, no. Okay. Excuse me while I ping everyone in the Discord. Oh, and of course, I have to do the most important thing, which is, where is it? I need to go back to it. Is ping or ding. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. Okay. Ping challenge? What do you mean ping challenge? All right. All right, chat. Anything else? Again, you can think of like newer games. Games that have just been new that like swung under our bus or were just too expensive and I had to like not play them. So I have Metal Gear Rising. I have Metal Gear Snake Eater Remake. And we aren't going to shuffle these, so they're not going to be like right next to each other and stuff. Nah, Sunstar's relevance is too strong. Sunstar's relevance is never too strong. Sunstar, you're the #1 mod. Married Me Sunstar suggests Evil Within. We could do Evil Within. Evil Within. Do I have Evil Within? No, I don't. That's fine. I just want to make sure I see if I had it. It's rubbing off on the other chatters. Rig system. Have you played Control? Yes, I have played Control twice. Actually, 3 times. 3 times we have played Control. You know what? We'll put Alan Wake on here. We'll put the first Alan Wake game on here. Then after we do Alan Wake 1, we'll change it to Alan Wake 2. Tainted Grail? That sounds familiar. Fall of Avalon. It looks Skyrim-esque. I guess people enjoyed it. Yeah, we'll add it to the list. Okay. The Impossible Game? Arson? What do you mean Arson the game? It's not a real game, right? Oh, there is a game called Arson. Pre-deadly combat forms in a brutal Metroidvania. All right, chat. Today on stream, it's just like a GoPro strapped to my chest. All right, chat. Today we're gonna be playing Arson. Are you ready? I found this school. A Resident Evil game. Crime Scene Cleaner. I mean, we've played Crime Scene Cleaner. Although we haven't done like all of the levels. Last time we played, we were still on the game studio one. I'm pretty sure that's where we were. I don't think we finished that level yet. But I also don't think there was that many more levels. If there's even another level after that one, there's only one. Do we want to put it on here? I mean, we could. Being a sleepy little guy, how dare he? I mean, right under Baron's knowledge? You wish. You wish. Kill Knight. Okay. Let's go see what Kill Knight is. It looks interesting. Ultra responsive, arcade inspired, isometric. Oh, it's isometric. Uh-oh. Condemned to eternal sufferance. Deep within the voids of an eldritch arena, you must wield an arsenal of devastating weaponry to obliterate swarms of otherworldly horrors and master the demon within. Light Master. Okay, what is that? Light, oh, matter, not master. Light matter. Wait. What do you mean full game unlock? Hold on. Light matter, $20. Light matter, full game, $20. A first-person puzzler where shadows kill you. Watch your step or be swallowed by the darkness. Okay, that actually seems kind of cool. Lights. Matter. Turok Seed of Evil from Tipsy? Oh my god. Alright, alright. Turok 2. Seeds of Evil. And if we do that one, then we'll do Turok 3, because somebody else pitched Turok 3 earlier. Kill it with fire. Alright. That's a spider. Kill it with... Wait, there's a second one? And a VR version. First person action about hunting spiders and causing collateral damage. You know what? Sure. Hold on, I want to see. What does Kill It with Fire 2 look like? Oh god, there's swarming spiders. Oh god. Oh, is it multiplayer? That's crazy. Okay, so the second game is multiplayer? That's insane. Okay, do we go for the second game or do we go for the first? I think we do the second game. I think we put the second game on the list. Kill it with... Oops. Fire 2. Yeah, because I'm also looking at the trailer for 2, and it looks like there's a whole lot more to the game. And it's $15, so if I needed to, I could buy the game for some people if I needed it. If I needed to. I doubt we want to do Risk of Rain. Oh god, Rust. Ugh. Ugh. Raft with friends? I think I have Raft. I've just never had any interest in Raft. Raft has always been kind of a game to me. This is for being Guilty Gear Strive? I could play Guilty Gear Strive. Would we have a fighting game day? All right. I could grab tag for that one. Okay. A fight chat day would be fun. Oh no. I'm not good at Guilty Gear Strive at fucking all. I do have the game. I'm not good at it. Is this game? Neither am I. Listen, it's fine. All right. All right. I doubt we want to put Rainbow Six Siege on this list, right? Human Fall Flat collab? Human Fall Flat. Human. That sounds familiar. Okay, yeah, I remember this game. Community GGS tournament? Guilty Gear Strive tourney? Oh no. Oh no. A punch from Baron or merch? Ooh. That's not a bad idea. Super Animal Royale? I swear, I think I just scrolled past that. Yeah, I do have Super Animal Royale. I think it was free, wasn't it? I also have Super Mecha Champions. Super Mecha Champions. Steam service ending soon. Fuck. Granted, that was, to this day, the easiest fucking battle royale I'd ever played in my life. I would regularly win the battle royale in Super Mecha Champions. The mech fighting game you played recently? Oh, mech fighting game we played recently. Oh, Mecha Break. Papers, Please? Oh, we could do Papers, Please. I've never played Papers, Please. Planet Crafter. Let's see. What is Planet Crafter? Is it... Huh. Okay, it seems kind of interesting. So you can actually build the biosphere in this game? It would be fun. I would have to find somebody to play with. 11 friends have the game. Let me see who's in here. Goonfrink isn't Grins, is it? Who else has it? Oh shit, Tia has it. Tia has 60 hours in it. Holy shit. I was gonna say I think Goon Freak is Grins. Like literally Grins. Except you're terraforming a planet. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks kind of cool. Who remembers when we did a TF2 day? Does anybody remember the TF2 day? Do we need to do a Team Fortress 2 day? I'm actually going to add Left 4 Dead in here too. All right. Payday 2? We could do Payday 2. I'd break out my 500-hour medic? Hell yeah, dude. After we're done making it, I can do that. I can get you the list. Let me see here. I'm double checking some things. I think we have a pretty substantial list, chat. I think we have a pretty substantial list. We're not playing Vampire Mansion on stream. We're not playing Vampire Mansion on stream. All right. Let me... Isn't there a sign-in procedure here or something? Right? Right? Save. Save to cloud instead? You know what? I'm gonna do this real quick. Just to be sure. I'm saving like all of these things. Okay. So then we're gonna make a new one. Let me double check what happens if I click. Small tribes. What is that? Oh, okay, okay. This was for a time when we did Magic Commander. And we had to spin a wheel to pick our tribes. Okay, that's what it was. New. Here, let's go over and bring the screen down just so that y'all can see what I'm working on. Yoink. All right, let me grab the list. Highlight list. Control C. Dink, dink, dink. Okay. And then that extra thing there. Add wheel. Wait, can you have multiple wheels on the same page? Exercise? I haven't forgotten about the exercise. Oh, I have to do 2 exercises. I do want to do let's also make sure we save this. Bounty games wheel. Shave. Vampire Mansion goes on the other list. It's one of those games that's like, it's fine to stream, but barely. On Twitch stream, Twitch stream. Did someone say extra fries? No. Although I am kind of hungry. All right. So we have our wheel. Let me actually check the Discord real quick. MDK2? I don't know. That's looking kind of weird. Look outside? Hold on. We'll just look outside. Oh, duh. It's the RPG. You know what? Yeah. Okay. And then provides more customization but cannot paste in several entries at once. Ooh, never mind. Shuffle. Okay. And we'll save it again. Okay. I can barely read that one. Are you talking about the wheel? Being able to read the wheel isn't a big deal because once it spins, it'll pop up with whatever we land on. Do some test spins? Okay. Totally say someone well behaved. All right, then what is the good goon saying? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. All right, get the sheep, boys. First test spin. We're not actually doing it. First test spin. Let's test the wheel system. No. That's not even the case. The most terrifying game on this list, if you look right up here, straight north on the wheel, at the blue one, that's League of Legends. League of Legends is on the wheel. Now, the thing is, when we spin this wheel, we won't be playing the game the day of because, like, depending on how big the game is, I will have to download it or I will have to buy it or any of the other things that are necessary to get the games and stuff ready. So that's just a heads up for this. It won't be a day of thing. We won't have, like, as much as I would kill to be able to do, like, all right, guys, today's the wheel day. Let's see what it is. And I spin the wheel and then we play that game for the day. My internet can't do that. My internet just can't do that, especially if it's like some of the bigger games that are like 60 plus gigs. We would wait here all day just for it to download. We're never going to get that again now, just to spite Sunstar. Well, no, some of these are going to like come off the wheel. Maybe we'll add new ones and a bunch of other stuff. Why is Beef dead? Beef is a skeleton. Beef is a skeleton. All right, one more test spin for the shits and giggles of it. Oh? Brutal Legend. Okay, that's not bad. I thought we were about to get the Silent Hill 2 remake. All right, so our wheel is good. Let me close this real quick. I'm not going to change from the screen. But then Sheik Around happens. True. Because now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apparently sign into my own account on Ko-fi. Because I'm an idiot. And then I need to go to the page, and then we're going to change the goals. Set new goal. Chats, game list, bounty. Start new goal. Okay. And then, let me see. Do I have... I forget. Do I? Let's do Studio real quick. Go to Alerts and Overlays. Ko-fi bar. Nice. Let's actually make that a little bit bigger. And then we're going to take a minute. I really wish I could customize it, but because it's Ko-fi, It doesn't work well. Hello Kitty jump scare? Oh no. Unless Sunstar wants to help me make like a custom one. Or like help me set up a custom adjustable one. Right? Kofi doesn't connect to... Wait, how did we do it for the... I'm trying to remember how we did it before, but that's fine. Let's do this. Let me go. Close this. And then what I'm going to do real quick is here. Here, let me do studio. Overlay. Find the bar. Show transition. Slide. Hide transition. Slide. Up. But then I need to change the speed to... Let's make it 1,000. And then we're going to test it. Okay, that's good. That's good. And then really quick, do we want to make a command for it? Do we want to make... No, we'll do a timer. We'll make a timer for it. New command. Name. Chats game list. Stream software. OBS. Scene. Yes, scene. Right? No, source visibility. Scene name. Shit, I forgot I need to have the exact name for this. Where is it? Okay. Duplicate you. Make it so that you make it invisible. Await sequence. We're going to let it show up for 30 seconds? 30 seconds. And let's make it do a message. Ooh. Hold on a second, chat. I'm getting a call. Never mind, it was my pharmacy calling me. They always send me a text and then like several minutes later. Jack Links, yes please, are overrated. Are Jack Links those like meat snacks? They are, right? I'm pretty sure they are, right? Hold on a second. Okay. Doing boss stuff? I am, because if I don't do it now, I'll completely fucking forget. Okay. I kind of wish I could change it, but here, let's test it out. Let's get rid of this. Chat scheme list. Action. And it does the announcement. Hell yeah. Oh, you know what I should get it to do? I should get it to post the Ko-fi thing. Shouldn't I? Here, let me go grab the Ko-fi command. Actually, we'll do it this way. Ko-fi. Or, wait, isn't there a better one that's like donation? There it is. And then what I'll do is I will change it. Duplicate that real quick. And then we're going to change this to a regular message. Where is... No, I don't want shout outs. Produce up on stream now. Does that mean messaging managing live streams okay now? Stream time equals work time? Yeah, kind of. It could be useful to just send me stuff that you need me to do. Because if it's extremely crucial, then I may just do it right then and there. Where's the... Oh, I don't think this is the right one. I think it uses a different one. Doesn't it? How do you get it to send just a normal message? Stream marker, channel point rewards. Getting the big femur out. Femur? What are you doing with the femur? Told about the site being broken during stream? True. True. But it's one of those things that I'm like, I could do it afterwards, and then I fucking forget. Oh, okay. Ad break. Ad break. All right. Why can't I find the thing that's like send message? Where's the thing that just lets you send a message? Okay, delete that. Definitely not Twitch integrated throwing. Text to speech, Streamlabs. Sunsar. I'm blind, right? Like, I have to be blind. Is it not under the Twitch thing? Because I owe y'all 2 workouts. I owe y'all this chef's club. For what? I want so that the command will send a regular text message. Chat message. I'm fucking stupid. It's at the very top. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. All right. And then let's bring you up to there. All right, that should be good. I'm actually going to delete the Epic Games creator. Because Epic Games can kind of suck my donk most of the time. Yeah, but I think that's the only thing that I need to delete. Okay. I think everything else is good. I got a new record. Okay, we're not going to start another game because we're already down to 20 seconds. All right, chat. We need to do a chef's club. Let's wait for the countdown to finish. Let me go check a thing real quick because I have a ping on. Oh, it's the Epic clip emote. All right, chat. Welcome back from the ad break. Are you ready? Are you ready to judge Chef's Club with me? Are you ready? Because we're about to watch them do horrible things to salmon. All right. Also, if anybody wanted to contribute to the bounty, that shit's activated now. So if you donate, it'll show you the percentage that we are going towards. Food sins? This is the sinniest of sins. When Epic Games was stuck on... Oh my god, do we need to add Kingdom Hearts to the list? Chat? I'm gonna... Makes all the comments. Yeah, we have none that utilize the user title function? This is pop-em at level food since now. Hold on a second. At least theirs is edible. How else will we ever see Baron's Mistress of the Dark Cardinal? I forgot the exact wording I used. You fucking dork. Listen, I don't make the rules, okay? Otherwise, I'd have to start like giving y'all titles and stuff, but they would all be kind of like, oh wait. What if Sunstar? Is it possible to make it so that titles are automatically assigned for like watch times? Can we do that? Can we make a system so that it'll basically check a person's watch times and then give them a title? So if anyone wants those games, they can see and pick them up? Oh wait, what do you mean? Show the wheels somewhere so if anyone wants those games, they can see and pick them up? In terms of Beef Gets Fish title? Sounds possible? Okay, we'll have to look into doing that. It feels like it may be a little convoluted. Like with a lot of conditionals to check for, basically. All right. But are we good? Are we all right to do this? I'm not forgetting anything else, right? I didn't get distracted and forgot something I was about to do. Do you want me to check if you gave yourself a user title? Okay, how do I check user titles? Let's go to chat. And then I'll click Sunstar. Okay, that doesn't work. User info. I don't see anything, so let me double check what mine looks like. Hey, yo, my account is 15 years old and 1 day? Happy birthday to my Twitch account, baby. All right. Not following. Damn it. Damn it. Forever in the day, correct. Because I came over from Justin. I had a Justin account. Miracle Justin TV, yes, yes. Exactly. And I think the only person I ever watched over there was literally Swifty. Swifty, the old World of Warcraft warrior streamer. Mr. Warrior One Shot himself. All right, let's put this away. Now, I think this is just one that has like all music. I turned it down a little bit, but I also didn't want to leave people. Yeah, they drink. A shame it took me more than 10 years of that to start streaming. Although there was at one point I did stream Minecraft when I was like a teenager. Turn up the music just a little bit. Burn them all. What do you mean burn them all? The salmon? Also, I think that's oil. But it doesn't look like he's doing it to... Okay, I guess he was just doing it to remove the skin. But that stuff looks... It was so hot, it cooked the salmon a bit. All right. Not the Chef Club people. Yeah, we got it. We had a Wheel of Punishment. And I got to do 20 squats and 10 sit-ups. So let's do this. Won't even look at the carnival MC. I'm sorry. Look like brown butter? You wouldn't really do something like this to remove the skin with brown butter. Which is why I really think it was oil of goodness of some kind. Also already don't like where this is going because that salmon is already kind of falling apart. Are you gonna try to braid it, my dude? Or are you just gonna fill the gaps? He's gonna fill the gaps. Oh no, he's gonna wrap the salmon. Oh my God. All right, let's do these squats. 2, 3, 4, 6. It's always gotta have bacon. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, wait, why is it alternating? He's gonna braid this. I was right. He's gonna braid our cream fucking cheese. Jesus Christ. Okay, where's it? That was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right.
Time to execute.
That's right. Hit him with a break. Get him, Chad. Get him. Fucking get him. All right. Epic bacon salmon. It's, oh, Jesus. I don't know where they're going with it. All right. Let me do the core workout real quick. I'm going to do bicycle kicks because that's easier and better for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. They will always do something with fucking bacon and cream cheese in this goddamn show. Lemon, salt, and pepper. Again, though, why did you alternate the sections with bacon and without? If you were just gonna fill the crevices with cream cheese. Also, this guitar that you hear in the background is not my music. That's what's in this video. Okay, and he's talking. You can tell he's talking. Yeah, congratulations, dude. You made a weird cream cheese salmon. I guess. Uh-oh. No. Okay, she did all right. But why is it on a bed of... Just fucking flop it over. Who cares? But why was it on a bed of maple syrup? Lemons, limes, and like a blood orange? I think it's a blood orange. So she's obviously trying to make salmon spirals. We got a cut after she cut off all the excess. Oh
Step
God.
inside, step inside.
Ma'am. Ma'am. They had to cut while she tried to shove it into the lemon. These are huge lemons, though. Jesus. Beardzilla, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? I don't like where this is going. She's grapefruiting the sand. That hurt my soul, dude. Why? Okay. Wait, what was the brown? You didn't say what the brown was. Oh my God, she's putting brown in the potatoes. Okay. Clever, I suppose. But again, feels really... Jesus Christ, that oven. Where'd the salmon go? Where's our continuity? God, Chef's Club episodes have the worst more terrible continuity than fucking Marvel movies, dude. Hi guys, these were done like 20 minutes ago, so we're just gonna pretend like we're now pulling it out of the oven. That's almost a year. Oh my God, almost a year, Raph? Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. I can't believe it's been almost a year. Uh-oh. Is this a reverse sushi roll? There's something so depressing about seeing them have a whole fucking salmon, like, back, fillets and everything together still. And then they use packaged dollar store wasabi. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. If not, it's dollar store, like, pesto. Either way, there's baby shit on this salmon. That's wasabi. That's dollar store wasabi. That's the wasabi tubes that cost like 80 cents to buy. Okay, well, you already tore the backside of that fillet. Okay. Oh. Oh, you did that for the sole purpose of squishing everything down and then trying to separate the extremely delicate fish from itself. You know there's another way you could have done that, right? With like, oh, I don't know, a rubber fucking spatula? Mayonnaise. Cream cheese! That's not better. I would have been more okay with mayonnaise. Oh my god. This isn't even like a California roll or something, right? I forget, does California rolls have salmon in it? Is it salmon or is it something else in California rolls? I don't know. I don't get California rolls. I usually get better sushi rolls than that. I'm partial to my my spicy crab roll, please and thank you. Or whatever sushi roll will put eel on it for me. Oh no, do I want sushi today? Fuck. I kind of want sushi today. Okay, that was clean. I'll respect the thinly sliced. Oh god, that is not nearly enough avocado. Also, you really shouldn't be doing it with circular sushi rice. You should have really squared that off. So he is making a reverse sushi roll. A giant reverse sushi roll. I'll be more okay with mayonnaise. Things you don't want to hear for 500. Oh no. If you were to make a sushi roll after your model, what would it be? It would probably have... Oh goodness. It'd probably be very similar to say like a spider roll. So you know the fried wow, this is really stupid. Why didn't you get a baking? Oh my god, you're gonna fry it? Where the fuck do you get off? You psychotic fucking channel. I hate it. I hate it so much. This is goddamn nightmare fuel is what it is. I hate it here. I hate it here. Aware that they're committing food crimes? The thing is I don't think they care. This is a show foods channel, which if you want chat, we can explain and probably find some other places that do quote unquote show foods. I know there's an old TikToker that had a series. I kind of don't want to find his stuff. I'd much rather find like a compilation of show foods if I can. This isn't even remotely appetizing. All right, chat, are you ready to basically murder your entire kitchen? Jesus fucking Christ. At least it wasn't spicy Cheetos. At least they didn't break out the spicy Cheetos this time. I have a video that's worse than this. Okay, what is? Don't send me the link. Just tell me what it is first. Levels of putting mayo on everything? Chef John. Had to get out the bread knife. Okay, you made the world's most convoluted tuna casserole. Or salmon casserole. Brazilian pizza? Oh, we've talked about Brazilian pizza. Okay. That poor salmon. I feel bad for that salmon. I genuinely do. Oh, here, you said you put it in media share? Let me see real quick. That's what I was going to check, and then I had a message. Mestre da Pizza. Ooh, do we want to watch that? Actually, here, let's see. Let's see if we can find some show foods. You know what? Oh my God, Andrew Zimmern with the dude. Oh no. Oh no. Ugh. And they went to a state fair? They went to the Minnesota State Fair. The salmon died for food, but it was wasted. I bet all the food that they make on Chef's Club is wasted. The fish Twinkie. I hate that. I hate that you had to say that. Oh my God. Used crushed cinnamon toast. What? Now, I was trying to find examples. Okay, these are pretty good examples. That's a 2-hour video. I don't think we want to do a 2-hour video. He makes a good point with the fact that all of these are coming up. Fair foods are a good example of show foods. I eat school lunch from every country. Jesus Christ. That's a mukbang. Here, let's do content foods. No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Oh, yes. Fake American foods. No. I'm shocked there's no like compilations or anything of it. Viral foods. We could do that. Yeah. That's a good way to do it. I don't want shorts. I don't want people actually trying to eat it. That's not real. Popeyes has never had what seems to be a not Rice Krispies, a Fruity Pebbles, like Mr. Beast burger. No, Mr. Beast burger is an entirely, different beast here. Mr. Beast burger is there's a word for it, but the word is escaping me now. Consider it like a phantom kitchen. It is a company that preys on content creators and famous people to essentially serve mediocre food under a content creator's or influencer's name. Mr. Beast does not like hold the logistics to Beast Burgers or choose what's on the menu or anything like that. There's another one that's, I don't remember what brand it was, but it was a chicken tender place. And it was also owned and operated by the same company. Not the AI Domino's pizza oven. But, oh, come on. I don't want to see people eating it. I wanted to see, let's put in viral food compilation. I don't want mukbang. I don't want mukbang. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ew. It's all mukbang. Does YouTube work under the function if I do minus and put mukbang? That didn't work. Did not work. Does anybody know how to exclude a word from a search in YouTube? I was gonna try to show y'all things like this shit. Satisfying chocolate compilation, my ass. It's essentially when you make dishes like the cheeseburgers, they pour fucking mounds of cheese over the top of, or chocolate desserts that they cover in various chocolates and various toppings, and then like crunch it and crush it and squeeze it at the end. Those kind of things are not fundamentally edible, at least by the way that you're supposed to, other than with a fucking spoon. But I don't think we're going to find anything for it. So maybe I probably just killed my entire fucking search algorithm. But do we want to do something a little more chill? We got Foodie Boy. Algo equals fried? Probably. Probably. But the thing is, I also watch YouTube videos on this when I'm like just hanging out at the end of the night. So it's not too big of a deal. In Ho Chi Minh? Ho Chi Minh City. Ooh. Make a bacon cheeseburger, put it in a piece of slice. That's... Let me see if I can find the pizza pasta video. Pizza cone pasta video. This one.
I went to this restaurant where they take a whole pizza, roll it into a cone, put pasta
This person stole this video, I promise you.
in there, and drizzle it with sauce. I got the Alfredo. You could also get the spaghetti and meatballs.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, doesn't that cheesy marinara look good? You can even get a macaroni and cheese one.
But yeah, it's shit like this where they build something in an extremely convoluted way and then overstuff it, overcrowd it, cover it in sauces to where the only way to eat it is either with gloves or a knife and a fork from 5 feet away.
Hush puppies and top it off with
Sauce.
all that gooey cheese. Here we go. Oh my gosh, delicious. 10 out of 10.
I'm pretty sure that's not him.
Lord, is this stuff good?
And then of course they're influencers, so they eat it that way. For some reason. Gotta get that nuclear material handling gear to eat that? I guess, dude. Very, very man versus food challenge ever. Man versus food is shockingly not as bad as you think. Man versus food is, of course, massive portions, but a lot of the things are still very straightforward. They're not completely inedible. Well, this picture here, the one that I'm hovering, that I'm keep cutting it out, is a like chili style thing, but it's meant to be eaten with a knife and a fork. Or like, these are just large portions. Large portions in and of themselves don't equal like content or show foods. Like, yeah, they're big, but see, he's eating a giant slice of pizza, multiple steaks to eat, a massive platter of mussels, I think. Yeah, I think those are mussels. A bunch of different kinds of pastas, a bunch of sushi hand rolls, spicy tuna. Like, these are big and stuff, but they're not a normal meal that is just like... Let's do something like this. Or this is a good example. This is from a Japanese place, but in case you didn't know this, Applebee's has a burger like this now. Actually, this one's not the worst thing. It's cut in half. It's things like this. Did I just download something? And then they do that. There's no point. Oh, I didn't even realize it was fucking Guga. Was always one of two directions. It was either large portions or incredibly spicy. That's exactly it. Yeah. Because he was going to places that actually had like food challenges that were supposed to be hard or complicated, just to show them off. But it's not the same as show food like it is with those like burgers. Now, chance, do we want to do something that's a palate cleanser, or do you want me to keep finding you like stupid foods or anything like that? Actually, I just remembered something. Let's see. Usually these are good examples. Oh God, they're showing this again. Yeah. Just random music. Just shit like this. Calamari, mussels, clams. What do we got? Shrimp, it looks like. And this dude is just strutting around with pans, dumping it on the table. He's now buried the clams and the mussels underneath the fucking shrimp that he just dropped down. Spider-Noir series released a while ago. It looks so good. I saw a bit of it from like swinging. I saw somebody cut a clip from the swinging. But yeah, this is r/we want plates. It's usually about just having their meal on a plate. This is a shovel. That's tiramisu inside a coffee cup or one of the mocha pots. But sometimes you come across things like this that are very, like a giant scoop for some reason at a burger place, another shovel, a pitchfork for some reason. French advertising for a French fast food place. If you started shoveling my food out with a fucking shovel, we're fighting. We're genuinely fighting. If you came out with it in a wheelbarrow, and then... Christ. Why? Yeah, this is show food. The food kind of looks delicious, but it's the fact that they're trying to advertise it via fucking wheelbarrow and shovel is kind of embarrassing, guys. Is that wallpaper publicly available? Which one? Which messes with you? Oh, you're talking about the Turkish ice cream. No. That's not actually show food. Weirdly enough, it's the fact that Turkish ice cream is so ridiculously hard. And they mess with you. It's kind of part of the street performance. Because usually it is... What the fuck is that? Applewood smoked bacon, homemade peanut butter, chipotle maple glazed, ghost pepper coated, not for the tame of heart. Okay, but why? They deep fried a pigeon? Who did what now? Hi, Day. Barbecue meat. Oh, you lost a whole fucking leg. For those that aren't a fan of seafood, please tell me they didn't boil that. I mean, I guess it came out all right. So steak brisket. That looked like pork belly. Salt chicken legs. Huh. Is that a beanie? My lobster raw and my oysters canned? No. Grins. Next, you're going to tell me you like jellied eel, which I know you do, so don't lie to me. Ghost pepper glaze, I'll take 7, and it has a peanut butter based sauce underneath it. It sounds delicious. It's just, it looks like the Slaughterhouse Special.
Well, look at
Oh, it is a bottle. It's a melted wine bottle. What the fuck? The more I see these pictures... Okay, I'm sorry. We'll get palate cleansers. Bad Davido, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right. Chat, do we want to do... These are must-try dishes. That's a compilation. Or... You want me to go back and find the dancing bacon? History of gumbo in New Orleans. Okay, we'll watch that one some other time. Well, I was hoping it was going to show me dancing bacon again, but we'll do it this way. ASDF 16? What do you mean there's 16? What do you mean there's 16? What do you mean by that? Hi, Blips. A new one dropped? A new one got released? No, I'm saying 16 as in I don't remember the last one I watched. Series of videos where they had large man getting... Oh, I know the one you're talking about. I don't know his name. He's apparently like a celebrity, kind of. But I know the one you're talking about. He always gets like massive portions and he just bounces around and jiggles his belly. There's just 16. You're older now? Oh, God, I don't remember the last one I watched. I want to say it may have been like 9 or 10. Age turned to dust. Christ, help. All right. Banana cream pie on that hats? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a beanie. Nikocado? No, it wasn't Nikocado, actually. Nikocado's lost weight again. Just dropped a few days ago? Good Lord. We could do a VTuber reaction to it? Oh, man. We could. I was actually thinking about this literally earlier today. I was sitting here thinking, I was like, wow, React content is literally the easiest VTuber content to upload to YouTube. And I think I would rather shoot myself in the head than do it. I know way too many VTubers that whole shtick is just uploading VTuber reacts. That's how you get views. I know it is. I know it is. I don't like it though. I really don't. Even though that's basically what we do here when we do the chill days like this. Or the Wheel of Punishment for Chef's Club. I know, Pred. I know. It's one of those things. React Andy's content. I mean, that's basically what we do when we do these food days. VTuber reacts to VTuber reacts to VTuber react stream. I'd rather throw myself off a bridge than bring on a video of a VTuber who uploaded themselves reacting to something. Unless we're sitting here talking about drama and I get to like basically explain things to people. Usually in the case of like probably a Nux Taku video or an Asmongold video. But I would kind of rather vomit than watch both of those people for more than 2 minutes at a time. Wait, is that an emote? Okay, no, it's not. The way it had 2 C's made me think it was an emote. Okay. Burnt Peanut drowns in mayonnaise. Drowns in mayonnaise. VTuber version of Cox and Crindor. Hey, I like Cox and Crindor. Well, I like Jesse Cox. Crindor has always kind of put me to sleep. Even though I used to watch some of his stuff. Fuck Nux, yep. Have a complete VOD channel, left it up to the community? Left it up to the community? Well, I mean, I need to upload a few more, but I did upload a bunch of them over the... You just reminded me of something I need to do tonight. Because I had to wait for all of the Wolfenstein ones to upload. I didn't make them public yet. So all the Wolfenstein videos will be up later tonight. All I need to do is set them to public. So I will do that later. I just mean what I'd rather be than watching something like that. Like Burnt Peanuts? You're talking about Burnt Peanut, right? I'm not the biggest fan of Burnt Peanut, but I mean, makes it, he's the VTuber. P-tuber, whichever you want to call it. But I think it was funny that people were really mad that he won. It was like, yeah, he's basically a VTuber that appeals to normal people. You basically don't have to be a weeb to enjoy Burnt Peanuts. Never goes out of style, punching fascists. Goddamn right, baby. Goddamn right, baby. All right, let's have this in the background at least. I just mean any reaction stuff about something. True. The thing is, the number of times I've seen VTubers that do react to like Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. We need reaction VODs. Aren't all VODs reaction VODs because Marion yells at the world shaking her fist? Those are commentary. I can work on my 360 while this plays. True. Soup store? Yeah, it's a hot pot. Squid, clams, and omelet. Wait, something omelet? Followed by a shallow pan? Okay. So 2 different temperatures. I'm guessing one for the pan, one for the bowl-ish thing. Okay. And then other... God, I wish I could understand her. Because those weren't tongs. That was something to, like, lift something up. Ah, yes. It's time for his nefarious sauce where he just throws everything into a bowl and mixes it up. Chili garlic, chili paste, soy sauce, radish paste, green onions, customized to your heart's content. I've never been to a hot pot place. I almost went to a hot pot place. Was it last week or was it the week before? But I went there and it was closed. Which makes me think that I pulled up their like reviews to go check and see why they were closed. Because they were supposed to be open. Their times on the door said they were supposed to be open. And I think it was because they weren't fully opened and all the reviews that were on Google were from a quote, early launch or like previewing. So I think they're only open on like very specific days. Oh. I am kind of impressed though with the turning conveyor belts. I'm not gonna lie. And pickles? $14 for just that much meat? Hi Zoa, how are you doing? Soft launch, there you go, that's it. Thank you, Kafka. Hot pot place, I love it when they're packed up to prices, so I rarely go now. I actually did find out that the hot pot place is $30, but it's all you can eat. So it's not $30 and you have to pay for like extra stuff. It's... Oh, okay, that's what those are for. Oh, and it's a steamer. Okay, but then where's the broth? Then is the pan down at the bottom gonna be then where the hot pot goes? Huh. Fuck yeah, little train guy. Yeah, he's just a little delivery bro. It's cute. It's adorable. Also, oh, okay, Jackie redeemed eyes. I was like, have I had multi-eyes on this whole time? BYOV, bring your own broth. I wasn't prepared for this. All the clams popping open.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack.
Poor
Can't
Dave.
spread over every egg.
You rat bastard, you. You rat bastard. Are you proud of yourself? Hi, Needs. How are you doing? All right. Oh, more water. Okay. He already caused a mess on his receipt. Where's the hot pot? My guy, you just scooped up half that mayo on one piece. For multi-thigh? What does that mean? Think of self-care. Is the hot pot in the room with us? Where's the hot pot? That's a grill. Oh, there's the multi-thighs. Zoa has the multi-thighs. All of those little tendrils are goose thighs. It's not bacon, it's beef. I can't read that character. Cartoon ass looking bacon? No. Yeah, it's beef. I don't have multiple thighs? No, but the goose does. What about beef? No, this is just, it's meat. It's mink beef. It's beef. Oh yeah, even then, but grilled meat is also usually really thin. We got two different hot things, but where's the pot? Oh, okay, never mind. I guess you just throw it into the... I guess you were just using the broth as the steam. I guess? Supposedly? I figured it was water. Tofu skin. Damn. Okay. All right, Marin's going in the pot. Why am I going in the pots? Why am I going in the pots? Okay, well, they're cooking some good beef. Beef would like some. Oh my god. It's kind of a personal hot pot. Usually I see personal hot pots that are like quite a bit smaller. Gonna stay there until she popped like a clam. You'll have to get me in the steamer first. Give me the beef. He'll probably has been a good boy. Probably. I don't know. I'm not convinced from the probably there. All right, beef. What do you have to say for yourself? Do you deserve the beef? Do you truly believe that you deserve the beef? Deep in your soul. Imitation crab meats. Fish cake. Yo, what's the apple? Oh, no, 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 no! You psychotic bastard! And then it's just Coca-Cola again. Not putting everything together is not always the point. My God, sir.
Come on, come all, and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
I'm his
Please
best behavior. Oh
enjoy
my
the
God.
show.
Val, how was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Did you have a good stream? Oh, were you working on the fighting game? Get shot? We bring violence, the virtual kind? Virtual violence. My God. This is a capital punishment offense. You know what? Kind of deserved. But you have a good stream? What were you working on? What trouble did you get into? Did you break anything? Is it all fucked? Be honest. I won't judge. I always just think it's funny whenever a friend reads in and they were working on something and they have the like software game development, because Hectic does the same thing. And I'm always like, okay, is it all fucked? Did you break it? Oh, good Lord. It really bothers me that he does not mix up that sauce. Like, it bothers me a lot. Tooth pulling time. Have a good day. What do you mean tooth pulling time? Wait. Rewind. What do you mean tooth pulling time? What does that mean? Can you elaborate? Giving Cabal the silly amount of poking range was a good time? Oh no. Onto the grill. Well, I mean, I guess there's enough fat rendered down there that it'll work. Mixing the sauce into something uniform would be better. I agree. But instead, he has a whole full ass sauce bowl of just sections of different sauces. I need to stop watching these videos on like Thursdays, because I watch them and then I get a craving for rice dishes. Oh, it was the yam cube. Okay. I've been good. Put the meat in the bowl. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
What's your pleasure?
Beef, you gotta
What's your
prove it to me,
fear?
buddy. You gotta prove it to me. Hey, Con, thank you for holy shit, 6 months, dude. Trapped in the carnival? Yeah, you never get to leave. Smile. Smile. All right, so he's making the oyster omelet that he ordered now. I've always wondered, has anybody else had an oyster omelet before? Out of curiosity. Because I've been to places where like oysters are a very prevalent topping to put into an omelet. I've never gotten it because I've always been like, I think I'd rather just have bacon or sausage in it. They are for me. I like oysters. I do. I like oysters in the half shell. I've never got to try like oysters Rockefeller before. So maybe someday. Maybe someday. There is a oyster shop in my town, and I went there once with family, and it was really fucking good. I had a mojito, and I got clam chowder because I looked at the menu and looked at the entrees, and like everything was like more than $30. And I remember the point because all of us were like, all right, let's see what we're gonna get after we ordered like some bread and some drinks and stuff. And we're like, all right, let's see what we're gonna order to eat. And we all look at the menu, and over the course of like 6 seconds, six to like 10 seconds, we all like look up and we're all looking at each other, making the kind of face. And I think everybody ended up getting either like an appetizer as a meal or one of the soups or salads. Nobody got an entree. And like even then getting oysters at a place that was known for its oysters, it was like, I think six oysters were $24. And we all looked at that and go, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. No, I didn't. Shut up. Sunstar, shoot beef. Black sesame. Waffle cones. Also, chat, I will stand by the fact, you know those like honeycomb cones that like soft serve places will sometimes have? The ones that like, I swear to God, are made out of paper. I don't think those are food. I genuinely don't think those are food. Oh, buddy, you tried. That's a mess, but you got something. Whimsy of suggesting a meme on post 2026? Yeah. It's illegal here. $43 for two. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. All right. Let's go do... Chat, I think we're going to do this one. I think we're going to do a traditional market. Because I like the variety. I didn't know it was a block term. Yes, you will be shot. This is a dictatorship here. We govern certain words, and by words, I mean brain rot. Just asked 7-Eleven. There is no skibbity allowed in this house. Grins just tried. Nice try, Grins. All right, what are we frying? What goes in the massive fry bowl? Also, what is that little section? Oh, it's washing it down. Oh, it's the drain. Okay. Now refill it with oil. Oh. Okay, maybe that, I think that's just water. Is it? I can see it as a gigantic steamer. That's a cool little contraption. God, I love food. I do too, Kono. No, that's definitely oil. Damn. I'm more impressed with the fact that the bowl had a drain and its own spigot to pump it back in. Oh, were we making fry bread? Are we making Korean fry bread? Or are we going to be making like pouches of some kind? How are you doing, Kono? Sells udon for $7. You get different tempura. There's only like one. I'm thinking for a quick second. There's only like one noodle place. No, there's two. But they're all just ramen. I had to think for a second. I was like, I don't think any of them do udon or anything like that. They're all very like, they all have the vibe of an American-owned Asian food place. There's a ramen place that's in the food hall I like to go to. And I have never seen anybody else work there than a really skinny dude with a man bun. A really skinny white dude that wears glasses and has like really frizzy hair and ties it in a man bun. I don't know if he's the owner, but I have literally never seen anybody else work there. The thing is though, weirdly enough, and I wish I was joking, that man has the most authentic ramen in town. It's like not even a close competition. There's another Japanese place in town that I've been to, and it is disappointing. It's the one that I went to and got a like unagi bowl, unagi-dan, and it was fucking $16 for the most disappointing portions. I make my own homemade ramen too. Ooh. Oh, but it's not. It wasn't Graham that taught you. It's not current Graham. It's other side of the family grandma. $16 to $18 for a bowl is the closest thing that's authentic. It's too expensive. But I think I told you about the Thai place that I really like, right, chat? They went from $10 for a bowl of either green or Penang curry to $16, and there is no size difference. It is the same little bitty size. Oh, okay, yeah, you have a lot more options. The number of, like, Asian places in my town that isn't, like, American Chinese food is single digits. Like, legitimately single digits. I started going to a Chinese place that actually has authentic Chinese dishes on its menu. And it is really good. It is so good. I learned so much outside of American hamburger. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, I wish I got to learn more about cooking from Nana go-rounds. But for right now, I have Grammy go-rounds. But hers are mostly like desserts and stuff. And she gave me a cookbook. I do have a cookbook of her recipes. Handwritten, baby. What the fuck? Did I just get a text from a dice company that I haven't bought dice from in like 3 years? What the fuck? Where did you come from? I haven't bought new dice in over 3 years, and I just got a text from Kraken Dice. Gib fried food? Listen. If we weren't meant to eat fried food, then God wouldn't have given it to us. We wouldn't have been allowed to create it. Or maybe these are donuts? I think these are donuts. Oh. Okay. Could do her own Roll for X series? What do you mean Roll for X series? Like the guy who does Roll for Sandwich? I don't know what that means. That's the badly made dice you mentioned? Are you talking about the one when I told you about the like quote unquote orphan dice that I have? Is that the one you're talking about? Yes? Okay, so they're not quote unquote bad dice. They're usually dice that didn't come out like the way the company wanted them to. So they're sold at a discount, and that is Kraken Dice. Kraken Dice was the company that I got those from. Here, real quick. Because I might as well tell y'all, Kraken Dice is a pretty good dice company since I'm not making dice yet. It looks like they're doing a Valentine's Day sale. And the more amount that you spend, the more rewards that you get. So $5, you get 2 free miniatures. $10, you get a small dice bag. $20, you get a free 30mm D20. $30, you get a whole additional free acrylic set. $50, you get a random silicone dice. $75, you get a free signature 14-piece dice set. $100 gives you a free 12-piece mystery Kraken dice set. Under 25, 14-piece mystery Kraken dice set. And I believe all of these stack. Yes, they do stack. It actually does say on the poster. They all stack. So if you spend $20, you'll get the free D20, you'll get the dice bag, and the free miniatures. Yeah, krakendice.com, kids. And a lot of them are on sale. So if you're looking for dice, they're like 30, 40, 25% off, depending on which ones you get. Pretty good. I like Kraken Dice. Eventually, I'll start making my own. I have some dice that are older than some of my viewers. God, I'm ancient. What? Say what? Who, what, huh? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Wow, these are really puffed up. Jesus. Hi, y'all taking a break from drawing. Hi, Stevie. How are you doing? I haven't bought dice in years. I haven't had mini dice over my years. Like, I didn't buy my first set of dice until high school? Maybe after high school. I can't remember for sure. I have some viewers. That's 18 years? Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of roll it in the sugar. Sure, that's enough. That's enough sugar. I mean, it's probably better than wasting a bunch by trying to sprinkle it over the top. I went 30. 30? Goodness. It's 60 cents? I'm upset. They said it was 0.6 of a dollar. I'm fucking upset. Ooh. Oh, wait, is this cheesy fish cakes? Oh, I want to try these so bad. Oh, I want to try these so fucking bad, dude. Oh, and it has rice inside of it. Okay. I threw $20 at those easily. This just reminded me. I was talking about the eel thing earlier. When I went to the conveyor sushi place, I mentioned the grocery store that was like right next to it, and I went in, and they have those. I don't think it was Zoa. I think it was somebody else that told me about them. Shit, ad break. Damn it. Damn it. I'm brain farting. It was. Oh, where did my mind go? Oh, it was the eels. They had the like frozen pre-sauced eels that all you have to do is take it home and like boil it. And I considered getting it. But it was frozen and I have to drive like an hour plus to get home from that grocery store. It happens. All right, chat. I'm gonna go stand up for a little bit because I've been sitting here for 3 hours. So I will see y'all at the end of the commercial break. Wait, did I turn the music on? Okay, it is going. I'll see y'all in a minute. All right, kids. What are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? All right. Wait. No, I think we're fine. Censor said the forbidden number combination in the match game. He did what? They did what? Mod privilege? Was it actually a match? Be honest, was it a match though? No? So you say. I don't remember. All right. Let's go ahead and close that. I closed the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. All right. No more music. We're going back to fish cake rolling. Now we're going to deep fry those bitches. Deep fry those sons of bitches. Hell yeah. Man, we're not so different after all. There's never anything that can bring an American to the side of any other nationality and seeing what shit they'll fry. They're really coming out there? That's the point. That's the point. Listen, is that what we need to do? Do we need to have more Texan streams? Do we need more Texan moments so that y'all can make fun of me for being from Texas? Listen, sometimes it's the best that we can do, okay? We do what we can handle, and sometimes no more. Also, in case you ever want to know, actually, Chop, do you want to ruin some Texas history with me? Go Southern. I mean, do you want Southern Belle or do you want Country Hick? Southern Belle, Country Hick. Behave yourselves, chat. Mix both. That's a little hard. But it could be done. It could be done. All right. The privilege of gutting these out when I do it myself. All right, son, start mouth, gun to mouth. Come on. Kurt Cobain POV. Country Hick while playing Outlast. Oh goodness. Oh good Lord. Oh darling. I do believe I need some help. Oh no, that'd be so ridiculous. Maybe we'll do it. Thing is we're gonna be playing Outlast Trials come Monday. And we're playing it with Ash. We're playing it with D Zombie Guts. We may be able to grab Kitty, but I think Kitty's actually out next week. Possibly. Behave in the Dark Carnival. Nah, strip. All right. Where's Carrie? Also, wait, didn't I give Sunstar back the hammer? Sunstar, are you still just using the sword? I can take the regular mod away and give you super mod. And then you don't have a sword. You only get the hammer. Got a raw hot dog. You'll never know. I can go check. My dude. I wonder how squishy the paste is. It's probably pretty squishy. I mean, this man is like scooping it up and then just spreading it out as easy as can be. But I'm kind of fine with that. At least it's not as like weirdly fluffy and creamy as say like sour cream is to me. I do not like the texture of sour cream. Nor do I like the texture of mayonnaise. That's why if I ever do anything with mayonnaise, I almost always turn it into something else. It's aioli in this house or it's nothing. But my sister, on the other hand, is obsessed with just plain mayonnaise. She's like Stacey in that regard. Without regular mod, if you try to assign a regular person lead mod, it'll give them the regular. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Weird way to code it. Yeah, this, my sister's favorite dipping sauce is just getting a cup of mayonnaise and dipping whatever she's eating in it, including a hamburger. Putting the mayonnaise on top of the burger is not enough. She has to cut the burger in half and then have a cup of mayonnaise on the side that she's dipping it in. Ooh. What are we doing with the leaves? Are we mixing it in? Salad? Are we making a salad? What do you put on your bagels? Nothing. I don't get bagels. Bagels are like the worst kind of breakfast sandwich. They ain't that good. They ain't that good. And if I do get anything, it's a blueberry bagel. And I put peanut butter on it. To another rule, I guess. True. Very true. I don't think that was spinach, but color me interested though in the greens fish cake. Huh. Wow, that was clean. When you're not wrapping it in anything, it's pretty easy, it seems. Sun-dried tomato bagels with sriracha cream cheese and pimento olives. That does sound pretty decent. But I haven't had many opportunities for bagels in my life. I grew up in a Czech town, so kolaches were our thing. Or breakfast burritos. I'm in Texas and I grew up in a Czech town. It was kolaches or breakfast burritos. And then in some places, after I moved other places, I would find like breakfast sandwich places, and those were always on toast. I kind of prefer it on toast, honestly. Or a croissant. A croissant breakfast sandwich is so good, dude. So good. Bagels, though, really hit or miss. The bagels I had when I was in college, because we had like one of those, are they Einstein Brothers? I think that's the company. Einstein Brothers brand bagels on campus. The thing was, though, it was buried in the back of like one building that I had no reason to be in. It was the kinesiology building, which is basically like, oh, are you going for sports medicine or physical therapy or physical training type stuff? And I wasn't doing that, so I never went to that building for any of my classes. I would go in there once or twice to try and get a bagel, and I remember being extremely unimpressed. Extremely unimpressed. So I get the good bagels and the pizza. You know what? Fair points. Fair points. When I was in New England, there were some pretty good pizza places. We found out that my favorite Sicilian pizza place that I used to go to when I lived in New England shut down. It's now something else entirely. And I am extremely upset about that, because that is to this day the greatest pizza I've ever had in my life, and that will not change. The /raid comment being a mod /editor. So raid is an editor perm 100%, but you only see the autocomplete for it in the chat if you also have the mod. Huh. That's stupid. Oh, this must be the hot dog one. All right, chat. Are you getting a well, this is technically a corn dog now that I think about it. Just not cornbread. And it's less than $1. Ah! Oh, wait, no, that one didn't have the hot dog in it. Oh, my God. Why do we live in a fucking economic hellscape? Corn dogs at any store here cost like $4+. Or anything similar. Yo, chicken? We frying chicken? Okay. It looks like it's a kind of a tempura batter, but not like, I don't know. We'll just wait and see. We'll wait and see. It could be, I don't think it was beef. It could be beef though. Could be fried beef. Time to move in with our Dane for cheap corn dogs. I don't know if Netherlands has cheap street food. Like, I was gonna say, Western Hemisphere countries compared to Eastern Hemisphere countries, food prices tend to be also still kind of very different. Like, the United States is probably... hold on, I wonder if we can look that up. Let me see if I can Google that. Price of food by country. Price of food by country. Okay, global economy. Okay, I think this is upside down. Because this doesn't make any sense. Go back. Grocery index, maybe? Okay, hold on a second. So is this... It's an index number, so it's ratified by something. But... I'm not understanding by what. What are your conditions? Well, according to their charts, well, they have a map. So Australia, America, Canada, and Iceland? I think that's Iceland is in red. And Norway are all really high on the index. But that doesn't... I wish they had like a price scale or something. Let me see. Because in this other one that has data from 2017 through 2021, the top of the list is South Korea. And then Bermuda, Japan, Switzerland. But again, there's just numbers here. It's food prices, and then there's numbers. But it doesn't say if they're like, what units they're using. Let me see. Food price index, world average. Okay, okay, it's a scale. So the world average is marked to 100. The world average was 105. The lowest value was in India. But no, because God, that looks good. But to make Marin angry at me, go ahead. Go ahead. What did you do? What did you do? What have you done? Our world in data, food prices? Wow, that is a seriously good portion. I'm jealous! God, the sauce is so sticky too. Hell yeah. Wow. What have you done, Zoa? What trouble have you started? And this is on percentages? I don't understand. Okay, share a population that cannot afford a healthy diet. And okay. That's not what I'm looking for. Food inflation by country? Oh no. God, the big pieces of garlic in there. This website is not working properly. It doesn't have its percentages like it says it's supposed to have. Never mind. So we're putting this away. Oh, wait. 11 USD? Okay, that's still not bad. That's still a lot of chicken for $11. Okay. Hold on. Toasted almonds? All the toasted almonds. It's bran. We're toasting bran. Are we gonna be making like some kind of like nut bar? I feel like that's what this is gonna end up being. Is that Malay mixed in with it? Oh, there it is. Sugar syrup. All right, heat it up, spread it out, pour it over the top, mix it in. Candied almonds? No. I was gonna say, this is definitely gonna be like a nutrition bar. All the nuts after she cracks them? Oh. Oh, you mean with all the almonds or all the chestnuts that I was busting? Busting Chat's nuts? Yes, the answer is yes. Okay, these also still seem like pretty thin bars. Oh, I'm guessing I missed it at the beginning that they were already tossed into that sugar syrup. Oh! Well, there's still some almonds in there. What are those? What are those beans? Green beans under like a black shell. It's not edamame. They don't have like a blackened outer shell inside the pod. Okay. I've never seen a bar like this. God, those gloves gotta be sticky. I could never work in the food industry. I'd be sneaking too many bites. Yeah. Chat, did I ever tell you how broke I was at one of the jobs I had when I was a senior in college? I've told you about when I worked at like a music hall slash bar slash restaurant kind of place. And I've told you about the Kiss story, right? How I got a ticket to go see the Kiss concert. Hold on a second. Okay. No, I got screwed out of going to see Kiss. I was gonna go on Kiss's, like, they were doing like what was supposed to be a farewell concert, but I think they did another concert or another concert series after this. I may be wrong. But it was supposed to be like one of their like farewell tours. And they were playing at a massive concert venue, basically between my workplace, a parking lot, and the theater itself. And I had won tickets. I'd actually won tickets on a radio show, like one of those call-in things, those call-in trivia things. And it's quinoa. It does look like quinoa. It could also be like brown Malay, but I think it is quinoa. And I won tickets, and I was literally putting my shoes on to leave to go to the concert when I got a call from one of the managers. I've mentioned this manager before. He was a ex-Marine, and believe me, he was gonna let you know type. And he said, if you don't show up here in the next 30 minutes, you're fired. He didn't have the power to fire me, but I was very confident at the time. And this was the job that I was working between seasons at the water park, and I was hoping to become a manager the next season. Something on Steam. Oh no. Oh no. What have you done? What have you done, Zoa? Carnival Massacre, you and crazy bitch. Okay, I guess we'll be doing that at some point. Me too. I'd be fired. A shame. I did not have the level of read. Oh fuck! I skipped the message. I'm sorry. I always forget that you can send messages with those. Shit. Can I check it? I don't think I can check it somehow. Can I? It'd be in your email? Okay, I can check that in a second. Maybe? Okay, yeah, I have it in my email. Carnival time, good investment for my Steam balance. Oh my god, you fucking dork. Oh, whoa, what's this? Carnival time, this is good investment for my Steam balance. You fucking dork. What's the summary of the game? All right, let's see. I think I had it in my wish list, which is even funnier because I don't remember. Drawing heavily from classic survival horror tropes, Carnival Massacre takes place on a haunted quest in a cursed theme park. Explore your surroundings, manage your messy inventory, solve puzzles, and kill the 4 ringleaders of the park. Huh. 4? And it's less than a gig? That's kind of crazy. Have been delisted on Steam? Oh. I may need to go clean those out. I mean, I do have like 92 things on here. So let's see. Some of them also haven't like come out yet, if that makes sense. What I think I'll do is I'll just start deleting the ones that are marked as like to be announced. Okay, but I'm not getting rid of Clockwork Revolution. I'm not getting rid of that one. Why did I save Chrono Odyssey? The Mound, Deeper, Neo Berlin. Den of Wolves is probably eventually coming out. Anything that doesn't really scream to me, I think I'm just gonna remove. I think these all have prices still, so they're still on Steam. Okay. I leave my wishlist and stuff mainly for things not out. That's usually what mine is. Yeah. That's usually what most of mine is. But not being removed, it's fine. It's fine. I'll find them again when they come out if they're actually any good. But the story thing, yes, I ended up not going to the Kiss concert. I'm being beaten today. You deserve it. But I ended up not going to the Kiss concert and ended up having to work until fucking 3 in the morning for a Kiss cover band. That was the Kiss story. And I've told that story a bunch of times. That was not where I was going with this. And I'm trying to remember what the original story I was going to tell was, because now I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what the topic was before I brought up the Kiss thing. Hi, Hector. Hector, we're still off for mage tomorrow, right? Right? I think we're still off of mage tomorrow. But damn it, what was the other? There was another story I was going to talk about that was from then. Oh, we were talking about like being broke and working in the food service. I was so broke working that job, and I wish that's Cocoa Puffs. I wish I was joking, but I'm not. I would eat what seemed to be untouched food off of people's plates as I would go to throw it away. I would like one of the things kids would almost always get here, of course, is like chicken tenders and stuff. And our chicken tenders were huge. So 3 chicken tenders for a small kid from our place was way too much food for a kid. So more often than not, there was 1 whole tender left over. And I would rip that motherfucker off the plate as I would pretend to dump it into the trash can. And then I would go find the dudes having a smoke break, and I would sit there and eat a chicken tender standing next to them. Time to watch the Vods? Yes, time to watch the Vods. Wolf is sick now too? No. Oh man. That's fine. I guess we're having a show tomorrow, chat. I guess we're streaming. The question is, what do we do? Well, they had events going on, nabbed a lot of sandwiches that were out too long. Yep. We actually had, in the job I had after working at the water park, I worked at entertainment center in the food section. And the chefs there were really nice. So if some things weren't made properly or were like misunderstood orders or something, a lot of the times we'd end up having things like extra pizzas, and we actually had really good pizzas. For an entertainment venue, we had really good pizzas. They were all handmade, hand-baked and stuff. It was really good. The thing is, though, is I'd be working like 10-hour shifts, so I would sneak multiple tenders throughout the night. And at one point, when I started working there, they were like, all right, guys, you get 1 free meal a shift. And it didn't even last that shift before they changed it, not for me, but for everyone, to 50% off. It was only 50% off. And then at one point, it was, instead, you get employee meals later on that you still have to pay for. The really shitty manager I mentioned, the Marine one, at one point would basically start telling the people, like, if we ordered food and paid for it ourselves, he would go stand in the kitchen and tell them to cut the portions. So that if you were getting a, quote, employee meal of one of the things that's usually on the menu, he would purposely make sure that it was smaller than the actual menu item. Want to open an entertainment center where there's handmade food? Hell yeah. That was actually the job I had where one of the cooks grew up in the USSR. He was very cool. He was the one that used to print off, like, when he found out you could send pictures through the receipt system, he started sending pictures of Yuri Gagarin on receipt papers. So we'd get things printed, like, we don't have anybody in your section. Why is this printing out a receipt here? And then it would just be a picture of, like, Yuri Gagarin saluting. That's a Shankin? It deserves a Shankin. That guy was an ass. Worst thing was, though, is he was divorced and he had kids. And he would bring the kids to work. He wouldn't watch them. He would make one of the food runners watch them. And then, mind you, this guy was in like his 50s and would talk all the time about how much he like hated his ex-wife and how much she tried to keep his kids away from him. Even though anytime he had them, he would just pawn them off on somebody else at work. And I'd like to remind you, these food runners were like college-age girls. At one point, they announced that they were dating, and everybody in like my section was just like, no shit, Sherlock. You look like the kind of fucker that would have a fucking girlfriend 30 years as junior. Jesus Christ. That man deserves to be roasted for the entirety of his life. That was a 5'2" ex-Marine who claimed he could kill you with a pencil, and I could not tell you how many times the phrase, "Oh, I wish you would try," flashed through my mind. He was also the kind of manager that was, you got time to lean, you got time to clean. And he got mad at me one night at a concert. I had a raging headache. You're working a concert with like 300 plus people in the venue. Yeah, you're gonna get a headache. So after I'd done all my stuff and I needed like a bit of a breather, and mind you, this was not a breather. I stood, like, I came out of the kitchen and stood there. You're 5'5". I thought you were taller than that. But I stood there and like had my eyes closed and like did put my hands on like the back of my head and had my arms up and just did the like kind of standing there trying to like drone everything out. And I opened my eyes after a couple seconds and looked to my side, and that fucking manager is like 3 feet from my face, just staring daggers at me. And then he does the and then turns around and leaves. He does like the tiny, the and then leaves. I'm like, ooh. Oh, I fucking would have if I wasn't feeling like I was about to die any second. Oh, God, I can still picture his face. God, I hate that. God, I'm glad. Oh, I'm glad I'm taller than that man and over platforms. Hell yeah. The thing is, like, yeah, we would talk about that shit all the time behind his back, and he thought it was totally fine. Do I need to be taller? No, I just thought you were taller. I don't know why I thought you were taller. I'm guessing it was camera angles. Me, the driver, 5'5". Damn. It's okay. I've seen the driver, though. I want to Koopa stomp the manager. Oh, you could, Jesus. He was a terrible manager too. Just the fucking worst. We did not have like any good managers. So like the general manager was a stoner. Was he good at his job? Sure. He was a little too relaxed though. The regular manager, the one that was talking about the Marine, was a fucking cunt. And then the manager of technically the music hall was extremely uncomfortable to be around. Oh, we've broken out the mochi. Hector goes 5'5", became 6 foot. His pilot is 5'10". I definitely could stomp him good. Of the baby piloting the adults. Isn't there another skit from another adult cartoon series that also does the same thing, but it's like a cat? Right? Is it American Dad? Was it Rick and Morty? That feels like a Rick and Morty thing. I thought it was Fisher rice paste. Nah, it's mochi. I think. Or cognac. Konjac? Not cognac. Konjac. Cats pilot everyone. Exploding kittens. Where God is the cat and demons are cats. True. Was there any good manager before? When I worked at the water park, basically all of the managers were pretty fucking great. Including myself. I was fantastic. It's like off-brand Rick and Morty. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But what were some of the... What other jobs did I have? Managers were all pretty great when I worked at the entertainment place. I don't think I had a bad employee, coworker, or manager when I was at the entertainment place. Literally, like, that job and the mussel farm were probably the best jobs I ever had. It was busy as fuck working at that place. But all my coworkers and all the managers were very nice. Were very, very nice. Blomp, hi Carrie. How are you doing, Sugar Plum? Oh, it looks like a... Oh, it was dough. I think it's just... Because that's what it looks like whenever I made like pizza pockets by hand the other day. So it's some kind of dough that's just kind of grayish. Okay. Just high water content, I'm guessing. Flash to Jeeves. I have no ego. Full on extended neck. God damn it. Into a temporary EMS team for half an hour today? Hell yeah. You know what that is? Work experience. If only being an EMS actually paid what it was worth. If you ever wanted to see, like, again, if you want to see jobs that, like, have so much money that basically indirectly flow through their hands, jobs like EMS or, like, certain, like, clerks and stuff would drive me ballistic. Bread? Yeah, the bread. The bread to making pancakes. I've always wondered about these pancakes that they use, or these fillers that are, like, really kind of powdering. Does it, like, change the inside? Does it melt? I don't know the deedle. Can we watch? State of Play is in 15 minutes, isn't it? We're not going to be able to watch the whole thing if we do watch it. We can do it tomorrow. We can do State of Play tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow. I'm down for doing State of Play. Oh, now it looks purple. That's kind of cool. Pancake. Making pancakes. Making pancakes. Eggs and bacon, gonna put it in a pancake. I just into the cup. Okay. All right, take a bite. I want to see what it looks like on the inside. Show me the inside. I wish to see if it's still... Oh, it did melt. Okay. Oh, interesting. It still kind of does look like konjac on the inside. I'm talking about the bready part. I think that's what it was. You know what? I'd eat it. I'd eat it. That reminds me, I gotta figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do. That's a good question. The Bitsy spin? Yes, Bitsy spin. Whee! State of Marin? No, it's where we're gonna get to bag on PlayStation games. Because I don't have a PlayStation 5. Looks weirdly like kimchi buns. Which I think it is. I'd be down. Thing is, though, is I still kind of want to start at noon, because then I don't have to go off, like, rushing to the gym and get home early. Also, for those of you who missed it today, that came in after we finished working on the other things, we have a new bounty system now. Let me actually trigger it for y'all. I don't think it's triggered automatically. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Where is it? There it is. Mixed it up. Timers. Boop. All right. Yeah, we have a new wheel now. And you can see the bar up there. It'll come down on occasion. I wonder, can I make it so that it has like an independent timer? I don't think I can. Randomized timers? I don't know. I have it set to 20. I don't think I want to reduce that at all. That's fine. That's fine. How many people here are on the Bloodborne PC port Hopium? That sounds like copium to me. Although apparently there are a bunch... Hi, Squash. Apparently there are a bunch of, like a bunch of other interesting, studios that have been, like, teasing for today, I guess. So I am very curious what games are going to be coming out. Marin doesn't reduce, Marin go bigger. It's just, I don't want to be, like, dropping any of those, like, advertisements more frequently. Like, 20 minutes already, one little, like... pokes chat to like remind them of something every 20 minutes is like, it already feels like a lot. I mean, there was one time where we only had alerts like I think once every 45 minutes. How things been? Not great. Not great, but we're alive. I was gonna say we're surviving, but we're just gonna go with alive instead. Okay, I really like these buns. Still doesn't know about thing? Exactly. It's okay, though. But yeah, chat, just a reminder, we have the new games thing now. So if you contribute to a certain point, y'all can force me to play a random game that y'all decided to add to a list. It could even be League of Legends. And it's just going to be ongoing. So anytime that we finish that Ko-fi goal, it'll just restart and we'll spin the wheel. There's also the same amount of copium involved with the PC port of Bloodborne as Half-Life 3? Correct. Exactly. Now you understand it. Chat. Am I going to be legally obligated to play Bloodborne if it comes to PC? Are y'all going to force me to play Bloodborne? Yes? Oh, fuck. That's a lot of yeses. Even Carrie's in on it. Probably. Shit. I hate Souls-likes. But alright. And maybe we'll play it on the wheel. Do you want it on the wheel? There's a lot of games on the wheel. You would have that would be a very slim chance of getting it on the wheel. If y'all bought me the game for launch, or if I had access to it at launch for PC, done and dusted. Make it a goal. Yeah, it would just be like, or either that or I could add it to adding it to Throne would take like a couple days to get the money. It would almost be better just to donate for it. I love steamed buns! They always look so fucking good! The wheel is ever expanding, just like Merry Go Bigger? No. We have an upper limit, okay. You should know that by now. The really big one was made by Kono. It bothers me here that the portions are 5 buns to a pan. Because if you're in America and you find a place that sells these buns, it's only fucking 2. You only get 2. And I'm upset about it. Plump juicy buns, anyone? Time to wait for it on Steam? Oh no. I was right, it was meat and kimchi. Wait, this is... Oh no, $3 each. Okay. Wait, $3 per bun? That's probably fine in Korea. I'm pretty sure I've seen them cheaper whenever we've looked at Chinese markets. Wait, are we back on... Oh, they're making the same snack again. Here, let's see if we can find a shorter video to finish this off. Cutest Pokemon donuts. We'll just buy that with this one. That's fine. That's fine. Comes with a PC port of Bloodborne since FromSoft has said they would be willing to do something with it. Wow, that is goopy. Water? I guess. But yeah, it's basically just sugar syrup. What is the we already know Ordain's favorite is Hagelslag. Hagelslag. Oh. Oh God, what happened to the definition? Jesus. My eyes went fuzzy for a second. Good Lord. And look at all the pieces that they have already up for sale at the front of the shop. Jesus. To get at the Dutchland? Yes, the Dutchland. Did a PC port of Demon Souls? Wait, didn't they? I thought there was already a PC port of Demon Souls. I'm really hoping we get some very interesting games. I mean it. There is not a lot of games I'm looking forward to right now. If they had now, oh my God. Okay, so there was something about the actor who plays Connor in the original Detroit game. He apparently posed something that had people suspicious of what it was going to be. If they make a Detroit Become Human sequel, I am about to become the most obnoxious human on the fucking planet, chat. It's Jover. After the move, I am breaking out the PS4 and we are playing Detroit on stream. And then we'll play the new one when it comes out. I think technically you could probably also do Detroit Become Human in one sitting. It wouldn't be too hard. From people's reaction. Oh, is Fable going to be in this? Is Fable part of the state of play? Usually it's in Xbox's show, isn't it? Oh, what the heck? It froze. It froze, but it's making sounds. Here we go. I am curious about Fable. I'm a little excited for Fable too. I've played all of the Fable games up to date, so I am looking forward to this one. Yeah, Fable is usually Xbox, which is why I was like, I don't think it's going to be in State of Play. I've never seen any playthrough of Detroit, so it would be cool. I played through it twice. So when we do this, we'll literally just like make our decisions together. So you don't have to worry too much about a bunch of stuff. Like I've done a playthrough where I've made sure that like everybody survives and done all the secret endings and stuff. So in this case, when we play through, we can literally like, it could be mine and your choices, chat, or it could just be y'all's choices. Because Detroit Become Human is very much a, the way I like to call these kind of movies is like playable movie or playable cinema experience. It has less action gameplay than Dispatch. Imagine if the whole game was just the choices and you didn't have like the computer sequences. RE9 is real fun. Marin will love it. Have you played it? Explain. What the fuck do you mean, yep? Woman, how are you constantly sick and or dying and still manage to get like preview to some of the best horror games of the year? I will never understand it. That's insane. They're quick time events with a little bit of adventure. Yeah, pretty much. It's like playing a drama series. Okay, we got 5 minutes until ad break. 50 cal revolver and RE9? Jesus! I'm painfully jealous. Excruciatingly and painfully jealous. You mean Malevolent dating sim? It's not possible, and I'm still upset about it. I'm still upset about it. It still feels like we should be able to seduce Malevola in some way. If not, I want a funny as shit reveal at the end, like, a la, what is it? A la, like, Paranorman? Where, like, the girl, like, asks out the jock to go to the movies, and he's like, oh yeah, my boyfriend would love that. I need a point where we find out that Malevola already has a girlfriend. That's what needs to happen. That needs to be the answer to why we can't try and seduce her as Robert. Brady Green, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Where's their demon dating? Correct. Because it's the only right choice. She's also kind of the most reasonable in the entire fucking Z team. Like, everyone else is, like, juvenile and insufferable. I think she's ace. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm just saying, though. It just feels like one of those things that, like, we haven't had an explanation for yet. And I would very much love to see how they're going to convey it to the player. Although, can you imagine how mad the Chuds are going to be if they actually have her say that she's, like, ace? That she has, like, no interest in any romance? I have seen an artist that I used to follow on TikTok that I've now found on Instagram make a post recently because a bunch of her people that comment on her thing got mad at her when she said that she was ace. And she was like, can't you just be straight? No. No. Absolutely not. And she made like a video on it that was like, that's really stupid. And the answer is no. The answer is no. We're unworthy of Malevola. It's the only explanation. Maybe. Mayhaps. Can't make any claims to it. All right, chat. That is going to be it for today. It is 4 o'clock. I need to eat something. And we, for the first time in a while, are going to be back tomorrow. Wouldn't help you get laid, so no? Correct. Correct. But, all right, let's see. Who do we want to raid? Oh, God, that's a confession stream. No. No, I don't look at confession streams. Seggy's doing state of play.
Where I break all my...
Yeah, it's starting in 1 minute. I'm going to try to avoid spoilers. And I really want us to enjoy it together tomorrow, so I'm not going to raid y'all into it. So... why is... Oh, she's watching State of Play too. Okay. I feel bad. I kind of want to watch State of Play, I'm not going to lie. Confessions will only get you the pit. Sure, you go right into the flesh pit. Disassembled for the flesh pit. Wishy. Wishy's doing... oh my God, that is 3 people in a row that have State of Play open. We're gonna raid... ooh, wait a second. That's Fatal Frame. It is indeed the State of Play. Yep. Everybody's doing State of Play shit. It's fine. It works out. But I think we're gonna raid Anna. And the one and only and atrocious. Lies are how you survive in the carnival. You think Baron would let Sunstar be mod with the plans to overthrow the tent? Nah, that's why you keep it on the need to dough basis. Need to dough basis. Dough? Really, Sunstar? Oh, man. All right, chat. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. I'll see you at noon. And we'll do the State of Play. We'll catch up. We'll do some other things. Maybe we'll play a game, depending on how long it takes. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And I will see you tomorrow. Good night.